have seen it. I have seen right into the rift. I have seen the power that lies beyond. And it is good. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Gentlemen, ladies, small furry creatures of Alpha Centauri, I come to you, my people, sons and daughters of His Imperial Guard, sons and daughters of the Rift, sons and daughters of the hype. And I tell you something, this hype train ain't got no brakes. Oh my fucking god. I said it. I said it. I said that it was just the tip of the iceberg. I said that this was going to be big. I said that this was going to be a game changer, an industry game changer. And it is my firm and utter belief, based on what I have seen, what classified documents I have been privy to, that this is going to be the case. I got some big news for you. I got some big fucking news for you. Alright? And it's all exciting. It's all good. There's no other shoe that is going to drop. It's just feast. It's an all-you-can-eat hype buffet. And guys, you guys know, I've been worried about overhyping this thing. It's not possible. It's just not possible. It's just not possible. Do you guys want to know? I'm gonna say one word. I'm gonna say. Nah, two words. Plastic miniatures. Lots of plastic miniatures. Jenny Bratz, Japanese starter set, confirmed. I seen it. It's done. It's confirmed. Do you want to know a day? Monday. Pre-order Monday. It's fucking... And that's just the tippity tip. I've got 4 pages of notes. I took questions. I got pictures. I got fucking pictures, boys. I got fucking pictures that I'm going to show you. And guess what? I'm allowed. Guess what? Do you know what? I had a good chat with Warlord. I had a good chat about Warlord about the NDA and all that kind of shit. Do you know what they said? They're like, fucking go nuts. They're like, NDA shmenDA. You know, there's a couple of things that they told me in person, personally in confidence and stuff. But everything I'm going to talk to you about today, basically we had a good sit down. They were like, fucking Mordian, go nuts, man. Just hype this shit up. And I was like, bro, unleash the hype of war. That's what's fucking happening right now. Oh. British starter set, Monday. You want plastic British? Done. And also, here's the thing. Some stuff is going to come out in Warlord resin. But let me be clear. Warlord Games is putting absolutely every fucking resource behind this fucking thing, man. Like, they put their best fucking people on it. They put their best foot forward. The people that I spoke to today were some of the most switched on fucking people that I have ever fucking heard. I ever fucking interacted with. Okay, shout out to Pete. Shout out to fucking Jim. Shout out to fucking Dan. Shout out to fucking everyone. Everyone. That's just off the top of my head. There was many, many others. Okay? And let me tell you, they've got the best fucking people on this. They know their strengths. They know their weaknesses. And they're playing to both of those. Okay? They're playing to both of those. So what they're like, they know they can't do everything in plastic straight away. But they got long-term fucking plans. And if it's not... So they're like, we want to do this in plastic. It might come out in like Warlord resin first, and then it will come out in plastic. But they're like, our goal is like, this is fucking plastic all the way, boys. Plastics, fucking plastics. Okay? Fucking plastics. So, you know, some of it's going to come out. Some of it's going to come out on like Monday. Some of it's going to be coming out later. But the point is, guys, I've spoken to Warlord at length today about all the concerns, all the fucking, all the curiosities, all the concerns, and they basically answered every fucking question, and we're like, fucking go nuts, go talk about it. So like, look, you got to set. They were like, look, this is the situation, but the goal is that plastics are basically, you know, some stuff's gonna come out in Warlord resin initially, some stuff's gonna come out in plastic initially, but the long-term goal, fucking plastics, boys. I remember Warlord resin is not traditional resin. Okay, they want as little as possible to be in traditional resin. Like, there's always gonna be a little bit of it, but Warlord resin is anyone who has dealt with Warlord resin will tell you it shouldn't even be called Warlord resin. It should be fucking called like fucking magic, fucking wizardry, because it's basically like it's like Cyocast. It's like microplastic injection molding. It's amazing. Okay, so everything is going to basically, you're getting it in plastic or Cyocast at first, and then with a tiny bit of resin here and there for a few little bits, and then long-term goal, they were like, we're going plastics with this. We've got to manage our resources. We're a small company. We're really trying to punch well above our weight. But, you know, we're giving you a general sense. This is the direction we're going in. What I'm telling you guys is that the initial things the initial things that you have seen go up on pre-order on the Warlord Games website, they might be like 5% of what I've fucking seen. You want new Ursus infantry? Done. New, improved, blowing my fucking mind. You want new Japanese power armor? You fucking got it. You want Ghost Warriors? You got it. You want new platoon commanders? Konflikt 47, unique platoon commanders? You got this Russian motherfucker that looks like Boris from Red Alert fucking 2? You got it. You got it. You want remastered ZP turrets? You want remastered, I think plastic, but maybe Warlord resin, but I think plastic British automatons. Either way, boys, huge improvement over the old metal ones. Done. I saw some concept shit. Oh, you know the bayonets on the robots? They're in. Your robots come with giant fucking sword bayonets and their fucking machine guns. Like they literally were like, you know the best bit. You know when everyone saw that artwork and they were like, man, I really hope the sword bayonets are on the fucking machine guns. They're on the fucking machine guns, boys. I've seen the Mark 1s. I've seen the Mark 2s. They're amazing. And guess what? I got fucking pictures. You're going to see them today as well. You're going to see. I was so excited. I couldn't not talk about this. I had to talk about it. Do you want to know a crazy thing? I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it right now. Do you want to know a crazy thing? I was chatting to one of the guys at Warlord. We were talking about, look, how can we, you know, he was like, I want to get some of this resin shit over to plastic. He was like, look at that Odin. Look at that fucking Wotan, whatever it is. You know? It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but at some point that's coming in plastic. And I was like, do you know what he said? And if it's in plastic, we'll lower the price. He was like, he was like, don't hold me to this. You know, obviously, things could change. But he was like, we could make that in plastic, half the price. For the customer. Not for us, for the customer. Now, obviously, it might end up being like 33% in the fullness of time. But the point is, have you ever fucking heard of a company make it? What about, have you ever heard of Games Workshop being like, we're going to make it in a cheap material and then actually lower the price to the customer? Never fucking seen that before, have you, boys? Industry fucking game changer. Industry fucking game changer. This is where their fucking heads are at. They're like, oh, you know, those like, they're like, we want to be able to bring stuff over into plastic, stuff over into Warlord resin. Want to bring that stuff over, and then you can get more for less. It's fucking, I'm telling you, boys. And oh my God, speaking to the people behind the game, they have fucking play tested the ever-living shit out of this game. They're like, look, we know we're not going to have caught everything. We know we're not going to caught everything, but we've done our absolute fucking best, and we put our absolute fucking best, and we've got the and we've got these live documents, and they were like, we've got the free PDFs, we've got the living documents. You know, we can fix things in there. But do you know what? I asked the question, guys. I asked the question. I said, okay, there is a little bit of concern that, you know, live documents could mean you guys are updating these things constantly. You know, and we had a very frank conversation. It was like, you know, updating these things constantly. Well, you know, there's people across the road that do that. Infantry, sir. Good for you. You know, people don't like that. And they were like, well, the purpose of the live documents is so we can add units in. And if there's something that's absolutely egregious that we've missed, we'll adjust it. But the idea is we don't want to be like fucking with people. That wasn't their exact words. That's obviously my words. They're like, we don't want to be messing with people. The live documents are there to help us add units in, not take units away. Add units in, and we'll tweak things if there's going to be like egregious fucking examples. Like if someone points something out, we haven't caught it, we'll go and play test it. If that's the case, we'll fucking fix it. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You want to know something else? Speaking of like old models, you know, adding units in, they could not stress this enough. They could not stress this enough. They were like, we want to try and bring like they were like, the old models are coming along. Like the old, if you're an existing collector, you're coming along with us. If you're an existing Konflikt person, you're coming along with us. They were like, look, we really, really want to hammer that point home. They were like, look, not everything is going to be exactly the same. Not, you know, there's going to be some changes between the old edition and the new edition. There's going to be a little bit, yeah, but they're going to be as minimal as possible, and we're trying to not fuck with the existing customers as much as possible. And what we want to do is add new stuff in, not take stuff, old stuff away. We want old players to come along with us, not left behind. Some dude, we were in a seminar. Some dude said, "I've got a huge Konflikt 47 German army already. I'm really, you know, is my collection still going to be good? Is my collection still going to be good?" And they were like, "We want to reiterate this. Our goal is to try and add plastic models into this game, not take away your existing collections." Oh, that's just the Tiffany the fucking iceberg. That's just the Tiffany tip. And I've got so much more for you today. Oh my God. So this is gonna be a late night, hence the HUD. We're doing late night, Saturday night. I'm absolutely tired, boys. I've driven for 4 hours today. I've been on like 3 hours sleep because I was so excited. I've been running off fucking fumes all day, but I was so excited. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep until I shared this with you guys. I knew I wouldn't be able to sleep, so I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going live." I'm going live, and I'm just info dumping everything. I'm sharing everything that I can. It's all positive. It's all hype. It's all good. There's no other shoe that's going to drop. Like, this is just this is it. I'm telling you, boys. This is fucking it. Whether you are a Warhammer 40k player, or whether you are an existing Warlord player, like I'm telling you, this is it. This is big, and you want to you just, even if you're like, oh, I'm not sure I want to buy into this game. Okay, fine. Just keep an eye on it. I'm telling you, this is a game you need to be keeping an eye on. This is a game you don't snort with derision. No. Fuck that shit, boys. Okay. Either if you're hyped for this game, let your hype flow. Okay. Don't worry about it. There's no other shoe that's dropping. I'm telling you now, there's no other shoe that's dropping. And if you're someone that's not sure about this game, or is actively or is sure and they're sure they're not that bothered about it, trust me, just keep an eye on it. Just keep a fucking eye on it. I'm telling you, this is a biggie. This is a fucking biggie. All right, so that is the very long intro, 20-minute hype intro. We're gonna take some. I'm not doing roll call. I ain't got fucking time, boys. I know. 2 days in a row, no roll call. I know. But what I want to do is catch them on super chats, and then I want to share like pictures. Okay. So, because I got pictures. I got fucking pictures I want to share with you. All right. Where are we up to? Okay. Let's have a look. I want to say a big thank you to Meryl, my boy. Meryl, thank you so much for the gifted membership, sir. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Meryl, I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer and a gentleman. Thank you, mate. Meryl, I know you have a shitload of Ursus infantry, but guess what? You're going to get even more Ursus infantry because they're coming out remastered. And when you see those remastered Ursus, bro, you're going to want them. They're so good. Dude, old Ursus, new Ursus, it's all good. But mate, the new fucking Ursus, bro. Do you want to know? Right, serious moment, right? I took Mrs. Mordian with me to the event. I said, look, you're really... Mrs. Mordian was like, was actually pretty up for it. But I was like, I sold it to her based on two things. I said, A, it's really fucking interesting. You get to see how all the models are made and all the people are really nice and friendly. And secondly, there's a really decent burger van that's there. Mr. Mordian was like, you have me at burger van. And so, but this is the fucking selling point, right? Mrs. Mordian took one look, and I'm not exaggerating this. She took one look at the Ursus models and went, those are cool, I want some of those. And like, I was like, hello? And she was like, yeah, I want some of those. I want to build and paint and play with some of those. And I was like, okay, like Mrs. Mordian is like, Mrs. Mordian, by comparison to me, is an absolute fucking like, normal and balanced person. And she's been around Warhammer 40k for over a decade at this point. She's been around Old World for the last couple of years. She's been around Bolt Action a lot. This was the first time when I've seen Mrs. Mordian genuinely just be like, unreservedly, no hesitations, nothing, unreservedly, just be like, I want some of those. That's got me. Mould. That's how fucking good the new Ursus are, and you're gonna see the models today if you haven't already seen them. You're gonna see the models today. All right, man. I'm telling you, the hype train ain't got no brakes. It ain't got no brakes, man. All right. Karl, my boy. Karl, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Absolute Giga Chad. Thank you, Karl. I want to say a big thank you to Tristan Wood. Tristan Wood, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Yes, thank you for renewing your channel membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for being an absolute fucking hero. Tristan Wood, appreciate it. Lower Decks, thank you for the gifted membership, sir. I raise my glass to you. Thank you for keeping our evenings full of great whimsy and fantastical storytelling and good laughs. Thank you for the support, man. All right. We've got Kane, my boy. Kane, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the 33-month member flex, double X-Force, baby. Kane, you absolute fucking hero. Kane lives in death. Kane lives in death. I love it, Kane. Dude, holy shit, man. Plastic miniatures. Dude, plastic. You know what? You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm showing them off. Let's bring the plastic minis on. Let's bring one of the plastic. Let's bring some of the new minis on screen just for your guys viewing. All right. Some of these will be in plastic. Some of them won't. But you want to see some fucking plastics? You want to see some fucking plastics? Okay. I think these are in plastic. They're either plastic or they're Warlord resin, but I'm pretty certain they're in plastic, but we'll see. Okay, boom. Try some of those boots on for size. Try some of those fucking boots on for size. There you go. I want to say a big thank you to Karl, my boy. Karl, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the Giga Chat. Warlord gave me all my tariff money back in gift card form. They can make their models out of paper and I would still buy them. Yes. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, shit, man. Dude, that's so cool. That's so fucking cool, man. I love that. Warlord Games are just good people. Okay, like, and anyone who is there today, I cannot stress this enough. Okay, a fucking reprobate, all right? An absolute degenerate, autistically riddled, ADHD sugar kid. They sat down and I was able to sit down with them and just chat. And they were just very open and they were just very, like, they were just chatting and they're just fucking humans, man. It's like I got to basically sit down with like one of the main like balance guys and main like one of the game design guys and just be like, hey, I've got a bit of feedback from the community about Axis shock troops. And he was like, okay, tell me about it. And I gave your information back and he didn't dismiss it. He didn't go, oh, well, you know, we'll think about doing something or anything like that. It was, okay, we'll look into it. We'll sort it out. And there's like there's like, I sent like, literally, they're just fucking humans, man. Ironically, I'm showing a bunch of robots. These would be more accurate for fucking GW employees. But they're just fucking normal people, you know, and like, you know, they're gonna, you know, the normal people, warts and all. So they're going to make like mistakes and all that kind of shit. Of course, you know, can't be putting them up on a pedestal. Can't be doing that. But they're just fucking normal people whose hearts are absolutely in the right place. Don't put them on a pedestal. They're not gods or anything like that, but they're not demons either. They're just normal people who actually give a fuck. Okay? This is the big thing. They actually just give a fuck. And yeah, you know, that you can tell when they're working on this stuff that, you know, yes, this is their job, but they actually give a fuck. Okay? They're really, really, like, just, the heart is in the right place, boys. The heart is in the right place. And yeah, it's every single person there is basically a wargamer. Or is a wargamer or hobbyist. Every single person. It's just, you know, you see people's personal armies dotted around the place. And you can tell they're people's personal armies because some of them are painted well and some of them are painted like shit. But it doesn't matter. You can tell that's like that. Oh, that is so-and-so's fucking army. Still better painting than mine, by the way, to be clear. But the point is, it's just like, it's just great to be able to talk to people like they're just normal fucking people. And it's just normal fucking people. And Karl, the reason I mention this is like, you know, Warlord, you know, it's not your fault that, you know, but on the whole tariff kind of thing. So Warlord Games is just because they're normal fucking humans, they approach things like a normal fucking reasonable person does as best as they can. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Next I want to say a big thank you to Tiki. Banzai Tiki. I got some fucking Japanese stuff for you, man. I got some Japanese stuff for you. Do you want to see it? Let me have a look for you, bud. Let me have a look for you. I got some Japanese stuff. What do you want? 1 minute. Let me find it for you. I got to show you some Japanese stuff. Oh man, did I not put the pictures of the Japanese stuff up like before? Oh man. Oh man. Okay. Wait, 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Where's my fucking... Oh shit, man. Oh. Right. 1 minute. Oh man. I gotta show you this shit. One minute. I gotta show you this fucking stuff, boys. You guys, it's gonna blow your fucking nips off. It's gonna blow your fucking nips off. How about this? How about fucking boom? You wanna fucking score? Fucking down, drop my book. You wanna look at that? Look at that fucking thing. That's a fucking step up, innit? That's a fucking step up. Look at that fucking thing. What the fuck is that? Look at that fucking thing. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's a scorpion. It's got a big fucking scorpion. Yeah. That's IJA, baby. That's IJ fucking A. The armor plates. The armor plates which match the armor plates on the power armor guys. On your new power armor guys. Oh yeah. Did I say new power armor guys? Yeah, you get a new power armor guys. I gotta fucking show you the new power armor guys. Fuck it. We've gotta do it.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Look at this new power armor motherfucker. Look at that guy. Look at that. That's a new power armor platoon commander for the Japanese. He's got an LMG with a fucking bayonet on it. What? Check out those boots for size. Check out those boots for fucking size. Man, look at that motherfucker. He's a fucking power armored samurai. He's a fucking power armored fucking samurai. He's got a back banner. He's got a fucking big machine gun. He's got a fucking bayonet. He's got a fucking war mask on. He's got the fucking ridged fucking armor plates. And I think available for, I could be wrong. I was very excited. But I think available for pre-order Monday. I think. Oh man, we'll leave this up. Okay. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the support, man. It's never been done. It's never been fucking done. It's never been done. No. Guys. Just think about this for a moment. There was only one criticism that people had left in the bank against Konflikt 47. Okay? Which was they didn't like the models. They didn't like the look of the old models. Okay? Old models, they look derpy, all that kind of shit, right? That criticism as of today, that criticism is dead. It is no longer valid. It is, if anyone makes that argument, it is the argument of an ignorant moron. You don't have to like every single model that we're going to look at. You don't have to like every single model that Warlock will be putting out. But I'm telling you fucking this. I'm telling you this. You want models. You want detailed, near-peer fucking models to 40k, and yet you want them to be cheaper and easier to build. As of today, that's no longer a fucking myth. As of today, that's no longer a fucking fairy tale. As of fucking today, Warlord Games is putting on the fucking big boy pants, and they're like, we can make fucking detailed models. No more fucking Sergey the Katusha loader, okay? I mean, he's still going to be around, but this is them putting their very best foot forward. Oh my God. I have no criticism, just requests. Oh, man. Chris K, thank you so much for the gifted membership, man. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for the support. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the Giga Chat. Woo! Not Giga Chat, sorry. Anthony Williams, sorry. Tired. Andrew, thank you for the 5 gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the fire team. Thank you for the new squad of Ghost Warriors. Yes. Anthony Williams, thank you, man. Jenny Bratz, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. The new Scorpion tank looks so cool. It does, doesn't it, man? Let's get a fucking look. Let's get that on screen. It looks so good. It looks so unbelievably good, man. It looks so unbelievably good. I think what's really important to note about a lot of the new models is how dynamic they look. There's a lot of movement going on. If you look at, like, for example, the old Japanese power armor guys that I was painting on Thursday, like, they're really, really cool models, but there's a lot of staticness about them. There's a lot of static poses. There's a lot less of that going on with the new models. Like, the way the tail curves round at a slight angle. The way that the claws are, like, you know, they're not just like stuck there. There's like one higher than the other, and all this kind of stuff. The way the fact that the legs are in all these appendages are in ball sockets, so you can adjust them, so you can have legs rising up and all this kind of shit. Like, there's a lot more dynamic posing and just energy about these models, and it's just fucking makes my dick hard. It really does. Tiki, my boy! Tiki, thank you for support. A weekend stream about Konflikt 7? Sounds familiar. Tiki, I'm sorry if I'm stealing your limelight. I do apologize. I normally don't stream at the weekend, but I hope you can understand that I did have to talk about this. I couldn't have sat on this. Not for any reason like, I had to be the first to get the information out there, any bollocks like that. It's nothing to do with that. Okay? I couldn't not talk about this because I was so fucking excited. I was so hyped. I was so just full mast about this stuff. Tiki, I had to share my K47 Bono, man. I did. Kane, my boy! Kane, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the support, man. Question. Sir, are there minor factions in the game? Not yet. Okay. I'll give you a bit more on this. So, originally when they were coming up with the design of Konflikt 47, they had about 10 to 12 factions. 10 to 12 factions. And then they realized that they wanted to be able to get this game out. So they were like, okay, the initial launch will cover the original 5 factions. And then they were like, okay, we're going to see how that fucking lies. We're going to see how that fucking goes. And then we can start fleshing this out. All right. Now, one of the things they said is, could it be entirely new factions which are coming into this? So they said they're thinking about entirely new factions, and they also said that one of the things that they could probably do sooner, not immediately, not tomorrow, might not be for might not be months, might not be for a while, but one thing they're definitely looking at is sub factions. So it's like, right now, everything's the British, but what about if we made like a British like Paras sub-faction? They just did that as an example that, hey, like in bot action, you can have like the Paras or the Marines. It's like, well, what if we try and bring something like that in? And that way we can have like, we can have other factions, but we can also have like sub-factions. Okay? So it's like that at the moment. I think they've got a lot of ideas, and they want to do everything. They really want to do everything, but they also, we have to, it's one thing that is worth mentioning. Like Warlord Games, it's easy to forget, especially when looking at this kind of stuff. It is easy to forget how much they punch above their weight. They are a relatively small company. Okay, and they put their heart and soul into punching as high as they fucking can. And so they're like, look, we have so many ideas and we want to do all of them. And they're not being left on the cutting room floor. It's a case of if, over time, as this game, generates money and all that kind of stuff, they're very candid. They're like, hey, if this game sells really well, we can do more with it. If this game is a bit of a slow burner, then things will take a little bit longer. But like, they were very candid about that. They were like, look, we've got a million ideas. We're putting every resource behind this that we can, but it's at the end of the day, we're a small company trying to punch above our weight, and it's like that's fucking fair enough. Do you know what I mean? That's a human fucking response. That's an honest response. That's an honest response. So, yes, there will be sub-factions. Yes, there will be other factions, whole new factions of coming in. And it's just going to be a case of, let's fucking see how this thing does. But we've got the ideas and we need to start thinking about, we just need to start working out how we're going to put the resources into them. Yeah. So cool. Great question, Kane. Great question. Wouldn't, my boy. Wouldn't, by the way, big shout out. Kane, you can respect it. Exactly. It's an honest answer. They're not fucking you about. They're not jerking your chain. They're not leading you on. It's an honest answer. And you can respect it. That's all. People are so fucking sick of corpo bullshit answers. They don't mind. They almost don't mind being told no, or this is the reality situation. As long as they no, then they're fine with it. That's the thing. Yeah. What it, my boy? Thank you for the super chat, bro. What a day. You guys can't comprehend what's to come. Yeah, like Woodimp was there today. We were buddied up going around, and it was just. We had some really, really good conversations with each other, but also with the team at Warlord. And yeah, you guys, I mean, they're going to get, to be fair, they're going to get a bit of comprehension because I'm going to show off loads of pictures right now. Someone's letting off fireworks outside. They've heard, there's someone clearly near me who watches the Morning Glory stream and they're just in utter excitement. They're just letting fireworks off. Oh my God. As Mrs. Mordian just said, very good point here. Can't run before you walk. Build it up as the game gets more popular. The only people that can make the game develop more are you guys, the players. Mrs. Mordian, absolutely right. Absolutely right. And I think that's a very good way of putting it. Warlord Games is they're not running before they can walk, but they want to run. They want to run. Yeah. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Metal Doom. Metal Doom, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the gifted membership, man. Thank you for the support, bro. Woodham, check DMs. Not sure if you saw these. Oh, let's take a look. Let's take a fucking look, mate. Let's take a fucking look. Sliding into my DMs, bro. He's sliding into my DMs. Oh, wait. Oh, wait. Woodham. Wait. Oh, my God. That isn't Konflikt 47, is it? Or is it? Oh, my God. I think that's New Japanese. That looks like New Japanese. I mean, maybe it's. I mean, this bit looks like it might be. That's an MMG, isn't it? That's the MMG. That's the tripod. Fucking lunge mine, motherfucker, / flagpole. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Japanese sprues, anyone? Banzai! 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 Oh. Can we spam the Japanese K47 emoji, boys? I mean, I know technically these are for bot action, but it still works, man. We've got fucking light grenades, multiple fucking sword hands, multiple LMGs. We've got rifles for days. You want everyone with a rifle? You can have that. We've got 7 rifles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rifles. We've got little bits of tree and camouflage that you can have around the guys. We got backpacks. We got fucking, what's this? I don't know what the hell this is. Is that a little, is that a token for where the anti-tank guy's blown himself up? Please, please tell me that's a token where the anti-tank guy's blown himself up. Like, I know I shouldn't want that, but I really want that. If that's not the case, that's how I'm going to use it. Oh my God. It's good. Everything you want. Everything you want covered. Everything you want covered. Oh, man. Oh, man. Ah. That's so good. Is it a spider hole? You guys don't have to tell me. You guys don't have to tell me. That's so cool. Woodimp, thank you very, very much for sharing that, man. Thank you very much for sharing that. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, Woodimp, you saucy sailor. You saucy little minx. You saucy little minx, Woodimp. Fucking hell. Oh, my days. Oh, my fucking days. So cool. So cool. Do you speak Japanese? Oh. Oh, man. So cool. What we got next? What do we got next? Entropic Tyranny. Entropic Tyranny, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Konflikt 47 I saw today in stream discussion. Exclusive mini too. Let's have a look, mate. What have you seen? What have you seen? I got myself a limited edition American K47 NCO. I saw all this at LGT. 40k players look jealous. My starter box is on order. Yes! I just want to say, it's absolutely fucking hype that Warlord Games went to LGT, which is like, you know, one of the biggest Warhammer 40k events. And they were like, hey, we're going to do a stand showing off Konflikt 47. This is not war. This is the end. Optics, we'll get to the Mark II automated troopers. Don't you worry, mate. Coming soon. Coming soon in the stream. You'll see them. Oh, man. So cool. That's so good, man. It looks great. Look at this. Look at the Star Trooper like in the trench network. So badass, man. Hey, there you go. That's a very cool fucking mini. That's a very cool mini. So this is worth talking about. One moment, right? So let me have a look here. Yeah. So what you see here. Look at this model here, guys. Okay. This is Warlord Resin, aka Cyocast. It's basically, I think the best way of describing it is it's it's microplastic injection molding. Okay, so it's not traditional resin. So when you see things are being made in, some things are in plastic and some things are in Warlord Resin, this is what it is. It's like a metal, you know, metal miniatures are like often like single piece. Well, these things are often single piece. And you know how like resin miniatures are really detailed, but metal miniatures aren't? These ones are really well detailed. So the big advantage of this is that it's the ease of a metal model with the detail of a resin model with the ease of sculpting. Like this stuff isn't like normal resin where it's really brittle. It really feels like normal plastic in many ways. So it's the ease of plastic models with the detail of resin models with the advantage of being single piece like metal models. It's absolutely incredible. And everybody who sees this shit, everybody who sees this shit says to Warlord, like, why don't you make everything out of this? Because it's just so mind-blowing when you see... when you go to the open day, you get to see this in action, by the way. It's fucking incredible. And Warlord Games basically says, look, plastic injection molding is just... They're very honest. They're like, the economies of scale of plastic injection molding is amazing. But this is basically the next best thing after that. And there's always, and also there's like, look, as with any technology, there are limitations. There's some things we want, there's some things we still want to make out of traditional resin because it makes sense to do so. There's still things we want to make out of metal because it makes sense to do so. It's just, yeah. If you want to get a better idea, I'm not a chemist. If you want to get a better idea of what this material is, it basically Google Siocast, Siocast, okay? But it's not like traditional resin where you have to wash it. It's not like traditional resin where there's any post-processing needed. You take this model out, you put it, and you glue it on your base, and you prime it, and you paint it, and that's it. Best way of describing it is like, it's like single-piece plastic miniatures. But it's, as you can see, there's a lot more detail. It's like single-piece plastic miniatures with the detail of resin. It's very... very fun. Now, the one thing I haven't tried is whether is gluing these guys with plastic glue or gluing them with super glue. If these guys can glue together with plastic glue, and I do not know, I will test this out for you guys. But if this Siocast stuff can be glued together with plastic glue, then it's absolutely ultimate game changer. I need to test it out. But even if it's not, it's standard super glue. But you know, like. Obviously, we'd rather it be plastic glue, but nothing, like we said, nothing's perfect. But it's still very, very cool. And Tropic Tyranny, absolutely awesome, man. I hope you had a good time at LGT today. And yeah, it's absolutely fucking sick that you got to see some Konflikt 47 down there. Yeah. Yeah. Look at the base, see how it was glued. I mean, this is just it comes on this little nubbin, so it needs to go on the proper base. Yeah. Super glue is hardly a barrier to entry. No, it is hardly a barrier to entry, especially when there's so little parts that need to be glued. Yeah. So this is Warlord resin. It's important to understand that there's plastic models, metal models, traditional resin models, and Warlord resin. Traditional resin and Warlord resin are two different products. Traditional resin is what you are familiar with. Forge World shit. Warlord resin is their name for Siocast. Okay? Yeah. Opportunity, thanks. I was there with 30 players to action. That's cool, man. That's cool. Mordian, was there any new bot action? German bot action? Not German, but little birdie may have told me something about another Axis Power getting a big update. Not sure I'm allowed to tell you which one, but I'll give you some speculation. I'll give you some. Because this is the best bit. Now I'm not going to tell you, and you guys get the excitement, and this is a really big part of it. This is, you know. Sometimes we don't want to answer all the questions. Sometimes we want a little bit of mystery. We want to leave place for, like we were saying, but like we said with our revelation on Friday, we want to leave place for the players to discuss things and speculate, right? If it has a model range, then it might get an Armies of book. So have a look at some of the Axis factions which have available model ranges, which don't currently have a Armies of book. And maybe try and figure out which one is likely to get an Armies of book. You know, who knows? Who knows? Who knows? You know, who knows? There you go. Wait, is this bot action not 40k? Not Konflikt 47? Yeah, I was talking about bot action with that, to be clear. There you go. So now you guys get to have a... And I'm not trying to blue ball you. I actually think that's quite nice. And, you know, I'm not trying to blue ball you. I'm not trying to, like, you know, dangle things in front of you. I actually think it's quite nice to drop a little thing in like that. And for you guys to have the fun and excitement of, oh, shit, who could it be? and you can discuss it and all that kind of stuff. And that I want it to be seen in that way, okay? All right, you'll be like, Mordian, we'll see however the fuck we want. Yeah, that's true. You can see however the fuck you want. But hopefully that's the way it's going to be seen. All right. All right, let's have a look here. There you are. So what do we got next? Tom Grimsley, thank you for the sub on YouTube, mate. Fantastic. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for super chat. Everything you'd want. Sweet. I mean, everything you want and more. More. Oh, man. Anyways, you're absolutely right, mate. Everything you'd want, baby. Anything you want. Marald, my boy. Marald, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. I need another platoon of Ursus. Initially, I found the D40 mullet a bit meh, but he looks awesome. And when one of the guns is a heavy AT, I want 3. Shall we take a look at the mullet? Shall we take a look at the new Ursus and the mullet? Because I think some of you guys are going to actually shit yourselves when you see... the mullet is funny, and there's actually a really funny design story behind it. So we'll talk about both, but I think we need some of that sweet new Ursus, right? And the mullet. So well, let's go for the new Ursus. Okay. Here you go. Here you go. Look at the new Ursus infantry. It's a big step up. It is a big step up. Look, they've got fucking like serum. What do they call it? Like they've got like the name for it. Like it's the serum from like Science City 17 being like injected straight into them. Like, and so there was a really funny. They were telling us like a really like look how much more dynamic the models are, man. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. So they told us a really interesting story, like funny story about the Ursus. So like one of the big problems, but one of the solutions they had to work through. One of the design problems and a solution that they needed to work through was how do you make something like a bear, which is inherently quite cuddly looking. How do you with like round they're like rounded ears just aren't threatening. Rounded ears just aren't threatening, and it's like how do you make bears like look threatening and not like teddy bears? And so they were like, they were literally like, they had like a WhatsApp group where they were like sharing ever increasingly like vicious looking like bears. Like, what about this one? What about this one? Ever increasing like vicious bear pictures. They were like, like 9 o'clock at night, someone just like sent one, with zero context, just sent a picture of a really vicious looking bear. One colleague sent it to another, and they're like, what the fuck was this? It's like, this is what I want out of the Ursus. And he's like, oh, okay. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's so cool. It's so good. Yeah. Wait, what's going on with that T-34? That, my friend, I wonder if I have a better picture of it. 1 minute. I might not. Ooh, what's that? Ooh, what's that? I might have a better picture of it. 1 minute. Let me have a look. I'm pretty certain I have a nice close-up of the T-34. It's a new Zukavor. It's the new ZP gun. Let's see if I can find you. Oh, here you go. I've got a really nice clear shot of it. You guys can see all this, by the way. I'm just blue balling you. I got a really nice clear shot of it. Okay, here you go. There you go. That, my friends, is the new Soviet T-34 ZP. So, the old T-34 ZP, still totally valid. Still totally valid. Still totally okay. There's not any new rules for this one. So if you're an existing player, it's like what we said. It's like you don't need to invalidate someone's old models to make them buy new models. Existing Konflikt 47 players with ZP turrets can use all their ZP turrets, no problems whatsoever. This is just a new design. And also what's really cool is they actually took a bit of time, like when they were like chatting to us, they were like, well, the reason why we've got like a new design for the ZP turret is because, well, the idea is that obviously there's going to be like initial productions, there's going to be like prototypes that get rushed into the field, there's going to be like a version 1 of a weapon, and then they're going to get battlefield data and feedback, and then they're going to like go back to the drawing board and improve the design and all this kind of stuff. And so the idea is that this is essentially from a lore standpoint, this is like an alternative design, or potentially a later iteration. They're not answering all the questions. They're leaving a few mysteries. They're letting us fill in the blanks, which is great. And here's another design of the ZP gun, which the Soviets can now field. And in universe, in lore, in game, same rules. So you're not getting like, oh, this is the Mark IIs, which is better. Nothing like that. No. It's like, hey, do you like the look of this new design? It's a lot more detailed. It's a lot more detailed. I really like it. I'm getting real like Command and Conquer. Like, do you know what I'm getting? I'm getting Command and Conquer Tiberian Sun Disruptor vibes. Do you know what I mean? It's goddamn T-34 Command and Conquer Disruptor. Oh, okay, I won't do it again. But yeah. Yeah. It's not a no, Justin follows. It's not a Primaris ZP turret. It's not a Primaris ZP turret. Oh man. Yeah. It's not a Primaris ZP turret. Yeah. How's the conversation on the best point limit for Konflikt 47 V2 gone? This question was actually asked, and they said that they felt like a natural point limit for the game was 1,500 points, but obviously I asked, that was what they said in the seminar, but I asked a little bit sort of behind the scenes as well, and I was like, well, what about 1,250? Because obviously, and they were, what about 1,250? And they're like, you can play the game at whatever. They said we've tried it at like 1,000, 1,250. They were like, we tried at various points levels, 1,000, 1,250, 1,500, and they were like, 1,500 is when they've been playing the game, it's felt quite natural for them, because the Konflikt 47, that's for when they've been playing a pure to be clear, when they've been playing a pure Konflikt 47 game, they felt 1,500 points is quite natural, because Konflikt 47 units are so much more expensive than what action units. But I did actually have a conversation with them about, well, obviously there's going to be people that want to start off with bottle action, or people that already have bottle action and then season with Konflikt 47. They were like, yeah, well, of course, 100%, and 1,250 points would probably feel very natural for them. And I was like, what about, they were like, and you could, and they didn't even say it. They were like, you're going to have, what does a 1946 battle look like versus a 1947 battle? And I was like, early Rift War versus late Rift War. And they were like, we like that, like the Rift War idea. Yeah, early Rift War versus late Rift War. So the idea is that, when you're playing pure Konflikt 47, they've not, when they recommend 1,500 points, because they're like, the units are a lot more expensive. But if you're seasoning bolt action with K47, then 1,250 is perfectly acceptable as well. Yeah. So there you go. Jenny Bratz, 5k points. Got it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. So yeah, I think and so the big thing is, I think this is really important to mention it. A lot of the questions that you guys asked, like me, and have about this game in general, are questions that clearly Warlord Games have asked themselves. And so that's why, they were actually pretty Johnny on the spot with a lot of the answers. And it was really good to see. They were like, well, we played, I'm talking to like the guy who's head of the team, who's like head of the team called like Pete. And he was like, well, we played it at around 1500 and we played, and then, I was talking to some of the other guys and they were like, we played a bit of 1250, And so it's the people that are writing the rules are actually playing the game, and they're getting the vibe of it. Why is this like, why does stuff seem to pass the vibe check so easily with this game? It's because the people that, that are actually on the front lines are the ones that are actually like also making command decisions, as it were. And that makes a big difference. There's no disconnect. That's a bit that makes a big difference. Yeah. So that was really interesting to see. Yeah. Now we've also got the D40 Mollet, which is over here. I'll see if I can get a good picture of that for you guys. It should be. I should already have one. Here you go. So this is the new DM40 Mollet Medium Walker. It's a thick bitch. It's a big, thick bitch. Oh, man. I did Santa Thematic. I'll get back to you in a moment. So this is the new D40 Mollet. I feel like it's going to be a bit of a Marmite model. I think some people will love it, some people hate it. Personally, I like it. I think it looks very Soviet, of it being like, because what the lore behind this model is that the Soviets kind of designed it, but they didn't have access to they don't have access to a rift. So yeah, so it's like we're trying to make a rifty thing out of like conventional materials and all this kind of shit. Yeah, it's Godlike Poet. You're absolutely right. It's the most Soviet-looking vehicle you've ever seen, even more so than the real ones. Yeah, it's... So, do you want to know, there's a funny design... Look, okay. I spoke to the guy who designed this model. And they were very open about this. This is a story I can absolutely tell you. And he's actually relatively new to, like, miniature design. He's been at Warlord for ages, but over the sort of last year or so, he's been basically for Konflikt 47. He's been like, just they've almost like in-house so he did a lot of like sketches and model designs in his spare time because it was just something he was passionate about. And people at and his colleagues at Warlord Games saw this and were like, "You've got a real knack for this, like." We want to, if you're interested, it's up to, it's up to you. But if you're interested, we could maybe, give you a new role and start thinking of putting you in that direction. And so, they just noticed this guy was like just talented naturally, and so they brought him in. They sort of brought him into the design team and everything, and they were like, okay, we want to remake the Cossack for Konflikt 47. So one of the first things we want you to do is to remake the Cossack. And so he took that briefing and he was like, okay, I'm going to remake the Cossack. And then he just kept like putting more, as he described it, he was like, I just kept finding myself bolting more armor plates onto it. And I just kept finding myself just like making it chunkier and chunkier and chunkier. And I know it wasn't really what I was told to do. And I know I kind of was a bit naughty and didn't do as I was told in my design brief. But I just really liked it. So I just sort of kept going anyway. And then when the manager was like, hey, can you show us what you've come up with for the new Cossack? He was like, sort of sheepishly shows this picture of like this fucking dummy thick mech, and they were like, that's not a light mech, is it? He was like, no. And they were like, okay, so that's not the remastered Cossack, but we really like what you've come up with. So we're, you know what? Keep going. And, you know, maybe you keep going. I think we're going to make a model out of this. And so he just kept going. And that's how we got the DM40 mullet. And if you read the lore, if we go, give me 1 second. And I absolutely love this. It literally, it just fucking makes me so happy seeing this kind of shit. Let me find it for you. All right. Okay. Okay, here you go. Okay, so they actually wrote that whole like real life process that they went through into the lore of the vehicle. So with the proliferation of the United States and British Commonwealth two-legged walkers, the engineers of the Science City set out to replicate their success with their own bipedal designs. One outcome was the DM40 mullet, a development of the Cossack design. That would solve its forerunner's attritional issues with especially thick armor. This necessitated a thickening of the legs to such extent that the mullet lacks much in the way of maneuverability, relying instead on its thick frontal armor to absorb the highest velocity to caliber rounds. So it's just the fact that they were like, it wasn't, you know, they sort of tied that in. It's just a little line. It's a little, and this is something they said. They said they said in the lore throughout the book and throughout the book, the main book, and throughout all of these army lists, they have dropped lots of little hints about like things that are to come, little behind the scenes, like almost like little gags and stuff. And this is like one of them. And it's like, you know, this was meant to be a new Cossack model, but the new designer that they were training at was like, well, I you know, you told me to make a new Cossack, but I didn't want to, so I made this instead. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but he just went in a direction. He never said he didn't want to. It was like, I just went in a totally different direction, and I just liked it, so I just sort of kept going. And then I was like, and then the guys liked it, so then I kept going a bit more, and yeah. Yeah, as Mrs. Mordian said, it's so cool that they let him use his creativity flow how he wanted, and they gave him that freedom to do what he did. Like you said, not everybody will be a fan, but there's plenty of people that will. Exactly. They allowed this motherfucker to be creative. And this is the thing. And I've said this before. Some people need micromanaging. Okay, they do. Like, that's just the case. Some people, they need that reassurance. They need to be told what to do and everything. But some people will do their best work when you just kind of let them crack on. And they might do things in a way that's different to the way that you know how to do it. Like, different to the official process, the official procedure. But actually, the way they end up coming up with is, you know, much better. And you're just having a bit of creative freedom will lead to very good creative models. Whereas if you tell someone, hey, work on this, and they're like, but I don't really like Space Marines, then they're not going to put the best foot forward. People will always go above and beyond on something that they're personally giving a shit about. And there's always an element of sometimes we just have to do our jobs. But as long as there's opportunities where you can like just let the juices flow, you get fantastic stories. Yeah. Yeah. It's so cool. So yeah, the mullet is absolutely the most Soviet-looking fucking walker, and it's amazing. I love it. I want 3 of these dumpy bastards squatting around the battlefield. Oh, man. All right. Yeah. Now make another Space Marine Lieutenant, but I don't want to. All right. I want to say a big thank you next to Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you so much for the Banzai. Tiki, thank you so much for the Banzai. MG betrayed Spriggs. # justice for Spriggs. Banzai. I did. So after all the excitement of the day and after having barely any sleep, my brain was completely frazzled, and I was meant to check in with Spriggs and Chansey, who were at the Warlord Games open day, and I just left and went home, and I didn't realize until we pulled over at the services, and I saw my message, and I was like, fuck. So lambast me, dear viewers. I left 2 good men behind. Not that I was giving them a lift anywhere. I don't think that, but emotionally, I left 2 good men behind, and I am actually a bit ashamed of that. So yeah, there you go. So lambast me, dear viewers. Lambast me. Dodo, I think I'm in love with that new orca. It's crazy how fucking, like, just fucking, like, it's just so Soviet. It's like, you know, what I love about this model is it really feels like it was designed by a Soviet engineer, you know, in universe, designed by a Soviet engineer who didn't have access to Rift tech, who didn't even really have access to, like, any information about Rift tech. But somebody basically sat down and just sort of described it to him. And he was like, in his mind's eye, he was like, okay, like, I mean, this, you know, I don't know how this Rift energy exactly works, but this will probably do, right? It's, yeah, it really does feel, it feels like it's been designed by a country that doesn't have its own Rift. You know? Yeah, it feels like it feels very much like, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? It's the mech equivalent of the Mark 1 power armor. You know, the Mark 1 power armor where, like, it's sort of, it's big and it's clunky and it, you know, it gets the job done, but it's very much you know, power armor from a nation that's playing catch up, and that's what the Soviets are. Yeah. Yeah. It really feels like it feels like that it's the mech equivalent of the Mark 1 power armor, and I think that's why people are responding so positively to it, because the Mark 1 power armor looks great. Yeah, it looks great. It's probably one of the best looking power armors from the original Konflikt 47 stuff. It looks like it was made with longing. Somebody really longed to see a Rift-powered walker, but had never seen one, and only had it described to them by drunk Russian soldiers. Exactly. Also, love the Firefly reference. Yeah. The Soviets built in a cave with a box of scraps. Yeah, and I think it is. I think it's, you know, important to say this is one of the first models that the guy in the design, the new guy in the design team worked on. So it's I think, you know, I think he's going to be very, 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 if he ever watches these videos or if he ever gets the feedback on it, I think he's going to be very heartwarmed to see how well received it has been by the community. Because obviously, never forget your first time. Do we know what the other weapons are? No. I mean, we can see we've got these other weapons over here, right? So there's some kind of missile launcher, twin MMG, some kind of anti-tank gun. And then, you know, this starts getting interesting. Like, is this an autocannon? You know, what's this? You know, what are these? You know, that looks like a heavy anti-tank gun. So, you know, we don't know just yet. We don't know. I did ask a question, though. I asked a question. I said, so we've got the initial Rift tech. You know, we've got the initial Rift tech with, like, the Rift weapons. Are you planning on releasing additional Rift weapons for other nations, for the existing nations? Like, you know, are the Allies going to get more than Tesla? Are the you know, Russians going to get more than Sonic? And they were like, hey, we're not. They were like, oh, I don't know. And I was like, come on, guys, you got to give me something. And they were like, hey, it's not just about Rift weapons. There's other Rift tech. You know, some of it's going to be weaponry and some of it's not going to be weaponry. So So it's interesting that, like, yeah, if you know, the Soviets right now, their only riff weapons are the ZP guns, but I don't think it's going to stay that way. I don't think it's going to stay that way. Yeah. Let's say that dummy thick Moloch makes you want to get Soviets. It is good. It is good. Do you guys want to see something else with Soviets? Do you guys want to see something else with Soviets? Okay, go on then. Oh, man. That's a bit of a glow up. This might be the single-handed greatest glow up of, like, any model. Of, like, any fucking model. I mean, these are the new Siberian terror troops. And I do believe they're in plastic. I may need if they're not in plastic, they're in Warlord resin. But they're not in metal and they're not in traditional resin, one way or another. I think they are in Warlord. I think they're in plastic. But if not, they're in Warlord resin, which is still the next best thing. Either way, they're in a much better material. I know the Ursus are in Warlord resin. The Ursus are made out of Warlord resin. I know that much. I think these guys are in plastic. Now, yeah, they're really good, aren't they? They're really, really fucking good. I love the bullpup. The bullpup AKs. That's what I mean. They're not. So I did ask the design team. Well, I didn't ask. Someone asked the design team, like, are they, like, you know, bullpup AKs or what? And they're like, you know, why the Soviets got, you know, like, the bullpup design over the AK-47? And they were like, they're like, this timeline is different, and at some point in the, you know, they said they really and ahed, they really agonized over going for the traditional AK-47 look for the Siberian terror troops, or with going with something that's like, that is like based off an AK-47, but, you know, is not. Or going with a different gun design entirely. And in the end, you know, they said they went back and forth over it. Do we go AKs or do we do not? Do we go AKs or do we do not? And in the end, they were like, okay, with the Siberian terror troops, we're going to go not AKs. We're going to go bullpup instead. And that's really, you know, and they were like, look, it was very much, so it got to the point where we'd gone around the houses, someone had to make a call, and I made the call. And that's a really interesting look into, like, you know, the design of these guys. And honestly, as much as I love the iconic AK, as much as I like the iconic AK, the final reasoning they said is they wanted something that looked, one of the design philosophies they had was, you know, like, make it more weird. And this is more weird. And it's like, you know, they want it to be grounded. Like, one of the big things they said is that they really want this game to feel, it's meant to be weird and crazy and over the top, but they want it to feel grounded. And having something that so this is a great example of it. It's a weird design, and some people in chat are saying it's based on a real gun design. It's a weird design, and they chose to, if it is a real gun design, they chose to go with the weirder realistic gun design than you know, the obvious one. And you know what, I applaud that. Having a design philosophy throughout makes a big difference. Yeah. It's so cool. Look at those. Look at them. It's the AKK-47. That's it, baby. It's the AKK-47. Yeah. It shows what the timelines diverge. Yeah, so they were like the timeline. A lot of people had questions about like when did the timeline diverge, and they were definitely very coy about it. They were definitely very coy, but they were like, well, you know, it probably. They were like, people were like, did it diverge like 1944 with the bombing of Dresden? They were like, well, and they said, well, it probably needed to diverge a little bit sooner than that when you think about it, because how did the Allies have the atomic bomb 18 months early? And they were like, that's a bit of lore that we're just going to... I'm not going to say anymore, but there's going to be more, like, tidbits coming out around that. Yeah. So, they were dropping lots of tidbits today, but there's a lot more lore coming. There's a lot more lore coming. And, guys, just look at... I mean, these models are just... Look at them. When we talk about glow-ups, when we talk about glow-ups, when we talk about Warlord Games stepping up, I think this is the greatest example of it. And there's many, many, many examples of it. But to me, to me as an infantry guy, this is the greatest example of it. These guys next to the old Siberian Terror troops, it is just night and day. This is the scale of the effort that they are putting in. And it's fucking good. It's fucking good. Yeah. Captain Tapioca! Captain Tapioca, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Evening, Mordian. Models do look really good. Unfortunately, in this part of the world, there's still zero hype for Konflikt 47. Getting rid of the models look bad stigma might start something. I mean, that's the biggie, right? Captain Tapioca, it is sad to hear that K47 hype isn't in your area, but, you know, give it time. Give it time. And I have to say, like, there was only one barrier to Konflikt 47 remaining. Because it's cheaper than 40k. It's, personally, I think it's got better rules than 40k. The core rules are so tight. And I just think the only, you know, there's all these little, you know, all these little things that have all gone away now. And then the last thing that stood in the way was, you know, good, you know, detailed models that are coming in plastic, or, you know, that are coming in plastic. And it's like, well, now you have got detailed models, and they are coming in plastic, and they're cheap, and they're cheaper than, you know. Well, I've already said that, but I mean, look, there's nothing. Look at this. There's like nothing on this guy. I'm just gonna say it. Like, I look at this model, and I see something that is not near peer to Warhammer 40k. I see something that is absolutely fucking peer. Absolutely on par, no fucking holds barred. And yet, the rules are going to be better, and the models are going to be cheaper. There's literally... I mean, obviously, there are, you know, obviously people are going to be like, well, it's not, you know, it's maybe the law's not for them or whatever, you know, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, of course. Look, not every game is going to be for every person. I'm not saying if you don't like this game, you're a bad person or anything like that. No. But at least now there's no more bullshit excuses. At least now we can just have the honest conversation of like, well, I just don't like the law. Okay, cool. That's fine. Not every game is for everyone. You know, just something about 40k which sucks me in. Yeah, sure, fine, totally fine. Okay, no dramas. We are aware of that. We absolutely accept that. Like, all gravy, baby. But like, at least now we can just be honest about it. We don't have to like, you know, oh well, look at those foot. It's just, you know, we don't need to slag each other off. I'm not going to slag you off. You don't need to slag me off. We're not slagging each other off. We can just be honest. You know, there's no barriers. Now it just comes down to personal preference. And you know what? That It's just fucking great. Yeah. I agree. Optics, I agree 100%. Honestly, the constant anti-GW comparisons just need to kind of slow down. It's not going to overtake 40k, just like Trends Grade didn't overtake it. Stop trying and just enjoy the game. Exactly. And I've said this once. So inevitably, you're always going to compare things to 40k. Inevitably. Because 40k is the industry leader. So that's the natural place people are going to, gravitate to. But this is something that really, I've said it before, I'll say it again, you're going to hear me say it many, many times. Konflikt 47 is not a good game because it's just a fuck you GW game. Konflikt 47 is a good game because fundamentally it's a good game. That's it. It does not need in any way, shape, or form, in any capacity whatsoever, it does not need to step on the head of Warhammer 40k to lift itself up. It is its own game. It's its own game. It is not trying to be, it's not trying to be something it's not trying to be. It's just a good game, and it's got good models, and it's just very solid through and through. The foundation, and that I think that's so important to say, because you do not want to build a game on just anti-GW sentiment, because that's building a game on foundations of sand. Because if you build a game when you're just like, oh fuck GW, then what's going to happen is, well, if GW rights the ship, then everyone just goes back to 40k, right? We've seen that before. If you build a game, and this is what Warlord has absolutely done. Warlord has, beyond the shadow of a doubt, absolutely done it. They've gone, we are going, John Stallard says this. John Stallard says this, okay? He said this today, and I've heard him say it before. They have a bit of a philosophy at Warlord Games of build it and they will come. Because they are hobbyists and war gamers, every single person who works there is a hobbyist and a war gamer. If they think it's a neat idea and it's a cool game system, then there's probably a load of, because they're hobbyists and war gamers, there's probably a load of other hobbyists and war gamers which also think it's a neat idea. So they don't worry too much about, oh, is this something that people want? They're like, we think this is a good idea, so we're going to make this game, and we're going to let our passion go into this game because we're going to make it the way that we think's good, and we're going to, collaborate on it and everything, blah, blah, blah. And then this will allow us to make a game that we've put passion into, that we care about, that's fundamentally good, that's built on foundations, stone, and then build it and they will come. And this design, and they've had this design philosophy from day one. Because remember, a lot of the people who started Warlord Games, like Paul Sawyer, rest in peace, and John Stallard, they started it because they thought because they said that there was money historicals, and when they worked at Games Workshop said, we're never going to do historicals, there's no money in it. And so they were like, well, you know what? Well, they ended up, there was a whole bit of, we won't get into it, but when they set up Warlord Games, they were like, well, we think historicals are good, so we're going to make historicals. And they've proven there's money in historicals because they thought they were cool, and they made a good game that they thought was cool, and it's right. Build it and they will come. It's a company run by wargamers, so they tend to be pretty in tune with what wargamers, not every wargamer, but what different wargamers like. Yeah, and I think this exact same foundation, this exact same philosophy has been applied to Konflikt 47, where it's like, this game is good because it is good. This game isn't good because it's, anti-GW. It's good because it's a good game. This game isn't an anti-GW game. It's not in any way, shape, or form. It's a pro Warlord game. It's a pro Warlord game. I don't look at this and give one fuck about GW. I look at this and give a lot of fucks about Warlord. Yeah. Swami Toto, you're absolutely right. But we're just keeping things simple for brevity. Yeah. What do we got next? Solarius, my boy! I haven't forgotten. Solarius, thank you so much for the gifted membership, baby! Thank you so much, man, for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing, man. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts, bro. I want to say a big thank you to Bro from Space. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Thank you so much for the super chat. He left us. Yeah, that is a little bit what Spriggs and Chanty felt like. That is pretty true. Yeah. So logic, what are those? These are the Morazgul, aka the Siberian Terror Troopers. They are genetically modified shock troops for the Soviet Union in Konflikt 47. Yeah. All alone. I'm sorry, Spriggs. I'm sorry. Mate, those ones look good. Why can't they all? A lot of the existing Konflikt 47 range was designed a long time ago. I said at the beginning of the stream, I'll say it again now. There was Warlord Games hammered this home again and again and again. Plastics. Yeah. There we go. Hey, Pete! Pete is here. So can we get a big 07 down in the chat? Can we get a big 07 down in the chat for Peter at Warlord Games? This is the man, the myth, the legend who gave up far too much of his time and sanity to me today to answer all of my little questions. About Konflikt 47. Pete, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe you're sort of head of the team at Konflikt 47, and I have been profusely heaping praise upon you, upon Dan, upon Jim, and upon all of the people at Warlord for this game, man. And Pete, you've done an amazing job, and the response that I've had to this stream has been overwhelmingly positive. And don't worry. I didn't tell them about that you were gonna make the. I haven't told them all that the plasma ball mech is gonna be actually made as a model that people can buy. I haven't told them that. Don't worry. The hype is real. The hype is real. Oh, man. But no, seriously, Pete, thank you so much for... I've been to a few Warlord Open days, and I have to say, that was the best Warlord Open day I've been to. Yeah. There we go. But Pete, thank you, Pete. Yeah, so Pete is head of product. He's a... How do I put this? He's kind of a big deal. His apartment smells of rich mahogany, and he has many leather-bound books. See, Pete, I actually tried to act relatively normal in front of you today. That was me at my most professional. I'm now that I've gone live, I've gone silly again. There we go. But yeah, it's so, honestly, man, it just looks so good. I've been gushing about it all stream, and it looks so good, and the response has just been so positive from everybody, man. So I think I speak for myself and for everyone in the stream right now. Just fantastic job to you and the whole team. And I know I said it to you before, but I'll say it again publicly. You know, I think this is like Warlord's best work. Just personally, I think this is Warlord's best work, and I am so excited for this game. Yeah. All right. Now that, so Pete, you're going to get bombarded by a million questions now. But people, Pete's had a very long day. So if he ends up not answering anything, let's not be too disappointed. Yeah. Okay. I got a few, but Pete, I'd love to chat to you, but I've already taken up too much of your time, man. I'm going to answer a few more super chats, bud. Okay. I want to say a big thank you to Tristan Wood. Tristan Wood, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. That Soviet Walker makes me want to have a super heavy sentinel for the guard lol. The Soviets are really convincing me for this game. Dude, I think the Soviets are incredibly alluring, incredibly eye-catching. You've got like the big bears with the Ursus, but it's not the basic infantry, but it's your regular infantry sized blokes as well with the Moraz Ghoul, which just phenomenal. And then you've got the mechs, and the mechs just I think this is something that is true for the Soviets, but I think it's true for just so many of the new models for Konflikt 47. They feel like they belong in that faction. Like they feel appropriate. So that Soviet mech that we were looking at before, the Mollet, it's big, it's thick, it's just covered in armored plates. That's so Soviet. You've got bear troops. Well, of course they're gonna be Soviet. Do you know what I mean? And then you look at these guys, and they're just absolutely mental. They're absolutely mental. So yeah, I think the models just pass the vibe check on every level, Tristan. Every level. And yeah, I think the Soviets are one that I think I would personally say that I think the Soviets have had the biggest glow up. Everything's had a big glow up, don't get me wrong. But I think the Soviets have had the biggest glow up, and I think that makes such a difference. Because one of the most popular factions that we've seen people in this community pick up is the Soviets. Despite the fact all the plastic stuff was coming for the Germans and the Americans, and loads of people, obviously were hyped for that and pre-ordered it, of course. But, we've had several people go absolutely ham on the Soviets. And I think there's just something about that faction which just feels so the Soviet bloc just feels so right. Yeah. And the Soviet mechs, they've just nailed it. They've nailed it. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Anthony Williams. Anthony Williams, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you, the 5 gifted memberships, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. I want to say a big thank you to Peaches the Destroyer. Thank you for the 27-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby. Yeah, buddy. Thank you so much, man. Thank you for supporting the channel for over 2 years. You're a fucking hero, mate. Appreciate it. Mr. Powers talking about Konflikt 47 gets me randy, baby. Oh, man. Do I make you horny, baby? I do appreciate you calling me Mr. Powers, though. I like, he was an international man of mystery. There you are. Jenny, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes, thank you for the support. My red alert dreams from childhood were made real. Thank you, Warlord. I mean, I agree 120%. 120%. It's one of the things that I just love about the fact that wargaming in general has started to become so much more mainstream. Is a lot of things that I dreamed of as a kid, it turned out that other people dreamed of them, and now those people have got jobs at like miniature companies, and then they're just making the dreams reality. And it's the same with like video games as well. It turned out that all those great ideas we had as kids, and our parents were like, huh, you'll never get a job playing Warhammer. Huh, you'll never get a job playing video games. It turns out that actually that wasn't true. Yeah, it wasn't true. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Towson. Towson, thank you for the double support, baby. Thank you for the 17-month member flex, X-Force. And thank you for the super chat, man. Konflikt sucks, lol. Don't at me, bro. Townsend, baby number 4 is due on Tuesday. Being a lot of preparation, completely out of the loop on K47. Maybe I'll catch up in 24 months. Rip. Oh, Towel, you toe tickler. Dude, firstly, congratulations on baby number 4. That's absolutely amazing. Genuinely, mate, that's just fucking awesome, man. So, dude, thank you for the support, but dude, congratulations. And secondly, Konflikt 47 is an amazing game that's absolutely worth your time. And you know what? In 24 months' time, it'll probably be all out in plastic. This is where Pete just like has a heart attack. So great time to get into it. Oh my god. Yeah. All right. Plot twist. Turns out people say, yeah, he's just dropping these hints in chat. We like bringing things back from the dead. Judgment Day is in 1997, right? Pete, you tease. Oh my god, Pete, you tease. Please keep dropping the hints. We actually had a big. I don't know if I spoke to you about this, Pete, but I spoke to Jim about it. One of the things that is so good about Konflikt 47 is that there are hints, there are nods and winks, but not every single aspect. Yeah, and some bits of the lore are really gone into detail. Like the fact that I know more about how the Thompson M1X was designed than I do about some. I won't get into it, but then some other lore, shall we say, is amazing. But also I like that there's the little hints. Like not every mystery needs to be answered. Like you sort of drop the hint in there, and then the community just goes like rabid, like speculating and discussing and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, man, please keep dropping the hints. It's absolutely feeding time at the zoo right now. You got to drop that chum in. The chat wants the chum. Pete, definitely not checking up on Mordian. I love K47. You've all been so great. I love to drop by. Pete, that's amazing, man. I know it's late, bud. So if you can't stay, we get it. But yeah, the more lore, the better. People want lore. Oh man. What do we got next? Colin, thanks for subscribing on YouTube, mate. Appreciate it. Verado, I didn't even see Verado. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Verado, thank you so much for I was going to say double Bane Blade. That's not really appropriate for tonight's stream. The double Odin chat. Yes. The double Odin. Yeah, man. Oh, my days. Verado, thank you for the incredibly generous super chat. Thank you for the big 50. Can we get an 07 down in the chat for Verado for absolutely blowing our nips off, just coming in with the big support. Verado, thank you from the bottom of my heart, mate. From the tip of my toes, the tip of my mushroom-infected toes, to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you for going above and beyond with an incredibly generous super chat, man. Absolutely fantastic. Finally got my first in-person game since mid-7th on my birthday, no less. Pictures and story in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. Andy Williams, you absolutely shit me up then. When you said there's 2014 people, I was like, wait, what? New all-time record? What? And then you went to 214. I was like, whew. I was going to play it cool. I wasn't going to say anything, but I was going to play it cool. But I was like, man. Oh, yeah. Man, if it had been 2014 people, I would have been like, okay, yeah, I think maybe, I mean, I already think Konflikt is big, but I think if we got 2014 people on a goddamn Konflikt stream, it would have been just like, what would you? But you know what? Getting 214 people is no mean feat. It's no mean feat. I can tell you right now, and this ain't no bullshit. I tell you right now, this is, if it's got over 200 people in this stream right now, this is the biggest non-GW stream that I've ever done. Non-GW related stream. Biggest. And what's interesting is every time I talk about Konflikt 47, the Konflikt 47 related streams get bigger and bigger. I think when we first did it, we had about 80, then we got 100, then we got 150, and now we're on over 200. So, It's that's all before the game's even out yet. It's going places. It's going places. And I you know what? I am boarding the hype train. I have bought my first class ticket. I'm sitting in the Riftbuster Mega Bundle cart, and I'm ready. And I'm ready. You know, I'm ready to go all the way to Flavor Town. I'm ready to go all the way on the hype train, no matter what. I'm ready, you know, and I encourage all of you, you know, if not, you know, I encourage all of you to buy a ticket, but I also understand that maybe sometimes it's good to just, you know, keep an eye on the train as well. Yeah. Konflikt was, let's say Konflikt. Apparently Varak was unwell today. So, or he was indisposed, so he couldn't come to the open day. And I think, you know, I think that was a great shame for him. Call an ambulance, but not for me. Oh man. Oh man, do we need to change the picture? I think we need to change the yeah, I think we need to change the picture. We need to let's show something else off for you. What else do you guys want? Oh man, I gotta show you. Okay, I gotta show you this. Someone was asking about it before. I gotta show you this. Look at this. Someone was asking about the Lee. Oh yeah, I want a Konflikt Lee. It's like, okay. Okay. Now, I don't know if this is a conversion. I don't know if it's a conversion or if it's an official model. But what I do know is I like it. Have we got more Commonwealth clankers, please? I can put the Commonwealth clankers up. Do you guys want the Commonwealth? Ronnie G, female models, please. There is a female hero. You've got Roberta Wells, and they actually have done a decent. I've actually done a really decent backstory on her. Yeah. Very interesting. All right. Do we want go on? I'll give you guys the clankers. You know, like oh wait, no, wait, those aren't the clankers. Oh wait, 1 minute. Let me come back to them. It's all right. You didn't see. It's all right. You didn't see that. You didn't see those different style trooping guys. You didn't see them. Do you want Mark II? You guys want the Mark IIs. Let's not fuck about. You guys want the Mark IIs, right? Yeah, you want the Mark IIs? Okay, here you go. They're really, really big. Look at the size of those big boys. Oh. Oh man. Oh man. Look at the size of them. I like them big. I like them chunky. Fuck. Look at the size of the fucking bayonets. Look at the size of the fucking bayonets. They're really, really good. Now, I want to tell you guys something. This is very important. Okay? And this is in the core rules. And nobody's talking about this. And it's actually a really big deal. So, obviously, we want those bayonets to do something, right? But if we want the bayonets to do something, right? But the problem is that these guys are equipped with autocannons, right? So, oh, what? These guys are like, those bayonets don't do anything? Oh, man, that's a giant bag of piss. In the core rules, it says, if your weapon, if your weapon has a pen value, then you get to use that pen value in combat as well. So these guys come as standard with autocannons. So that means that those are not just for show. Those are going to be pen +2 bayonets in combat. That's amazing. If it's mild, is it if it is assault? Oh, it might only be if it's assault. It might only be if it's assault. Okay. If it's assault, then it means that those bayonets don't do anything. And if those bayonets don't do anything, then Warlord Pete, before you go, the bayonets need to do something. It doesn't matter about balance. It doesn't matter about balance. The bayonets need to do something. Okay, like they're too cool to be aesthetics. So hopefully they get Pen +2 in combat. I'd like it if the regular robots got Pen +1 in combat with their bayonets, and then these guys got Pen +2 in combat. That would be very nice. That'd be very nice. I think that needs to. Yeah. There you go. Yeah. You want to see Brit Power Armor? You get Brit Power Armor in a moment. I tell you what. I'll give you Brit Power Armor in a moment. I'll catch up on a few super chats. I need to do the. Oh shit! I need to do the actual super chat from Verado. Okay, are these metal or plastic? There's nothing in metal optics. They're either in plastic or Warlord resin. I'm not sure which. But I do know that if they're not in plastic now, there's a good chance they'll be in plastic in the future. Yeah. Pete, catch you later, man. Pete, catch you later. Oh, man. Thank you for dropping by, Pete. Appreciate it, man. Can we get a big 07? I know I do it once. Can we get a big 07? A big thank you to Pete from Warlord for dropping by. He's had a genuinely very long day. I imagine he's had, not just a long day, but I imagine the lead up to Konflikt 47 has been a very busy time in general. And him and his team have done a frankly phenomenal job. So let's get a round of Konflikt 47 emoji spam in the chat for Pete. Let's do it. Let's do it for him, for his team, and for Konflikt 47. Let's get 07s, K47 emoji spam, all that good shit. Let's show our love for this game and our appreciation, our gratitude to his team. Yeah. There we go. All right. Okay. So let's I love that. Look at that. Look at him go. You brave, beautiful bastards. You brave, beautiful bastards. All right, Verado, you're an absolute hero, mate. Let me get to your stuff in stream discussion, mate. I'm a little tired, Verado, so apologies that I nearly missed it. Okay. Before we begin, I must beg an indulgence. A Vox recording to suit the following message. Okay, give me a second. Oh, is this Black War 5 Mercenaries, Heroes of the Inner Sphere? Oh. I'll tell you what I'll do, man. I'll take my headset with me so I can listen to it, and I'll grab a drink and have a piss. And that way, I'm listening to the whole thing, but I'm desperate for a wee. If that's all right. So we'll have this as a background track for the next few minutes. Yeah. It's all good, Rado. It's all good. So give me a sec. Dude, it sounds sick as fuck, mate. I love it. Give me a few minutes and I'll be back in a moment. I'm back. Sorry it took me a bit longer than expected. The cat was lying outside my door and I nearly stood on her. So I had to make sure she was alright. The cat is okay. But I feel like a piece of shit. So there we are. Okay. Let's have a look. Where are we up to? That was cool, Verado. I really like that song, man. I was running around the house chasing the cat trying to make sure she was okay whilst that music was playing. So it was actually quite appropriate. Let's have a look at your story now. Okay. Let's have a look. 754.012 M.42 by the old calendar. 12.18 post BT M.M42. Thought for the day: communication is the key, and the lock, and the door. I love that. Report relayed to Segmentum High Command from the Aranticus sector, subsector Lacus, Planet Silver, Planetary High Command. Error: unable to relay to sector command. Messages rerouted to nearest Astromilitar officer. This message is only to be handed to an officer of magenta level clearance or higher. Message relayed to Lord Timotheos, Mordian 50th Rifles. Yes, I'm a Lord General. Yes. My Lord, I am forwarding an information packet to be sent up the segmentum chain should the warp clear enough to reach Terra itself. Roughly 12 solar cycles ago, a ship of unknown design was detected in system. How it arrived is unknown, as there was no sign of warp rift. However, it arrived far out at the system Lagrange point. Due to the ongoing rebellion in Lacanay vessel system, no investigation could be launched before the ship arrived. To our surprise, the small frigate named itself as that of a group of knights, a band of free blades plying a mercenary trade under the name Order of the Common Star. I confess I never witnessed the Questa Imperialis in person, but I've heard many a tale of their regal god machines trying to battle, but the blessed war machines that took to the field were less adorned than I expected. Stark white and bereft of ornamentation, almost as though every Aquila skull and ornamentation had been removed if they ever existed in the first place. However, all ornamented or not, those pale machines dealt death in a manner that lived up to the tales. After reaping a bloody toll on the rebels and collecting a hefty payment, they left just as strangely as they had came. Attached are pick logs of the order in action, as well as data analysis of their machines, as well as the house guard and what I believe is an assassin of some sorts, judging from the scant pick recording taken from the traitor systems. I shudder at the thought, but if a free blade band such as they is supported by the hand of the High Lords, they must be quite important. I hope this information will be useful to command. As always, the Emperor protects. Lord Commander Arnhem Dreyfus, 1st Sylvan Lances. Okay, so this is like full-scale Battletech, isn't it? Oh my god. This might actually get Trooper number 2102 back into Warhammer 40k. If he knows there's full-scale, like, Battletech minis. Holy shit, man. They look great. They actually look amazing. Holy shit. Is that 3D printed or... Oh my god. Oh my god. They look amazing. They actually look so good. Oh yes. I mean, this is just like obviously the best one. They're all 3D printed. Holy shit, bro. They're actually awesome. So the paint job is impeccable, by the way. The paint job is absolutely immaculate. And they feel so good. They feel so good, man. Holy shit. Hey, these are kind of cool. Are these also like proper Battletech minis, or are they just like general sci-fi infantry kind of vibes? I'm guessing they are doing your not Navy Breacher, but the other ones, the the Navy troopers. Yeah. Woo! Big titty, dummy thick assassin. My immaturity aside, that is a really, really nice model. And the glow, the green glow is insane. Yeah. 1 knight errant, 1 armature, 1 armature Helven, 3 armature warglaives, 1 squad of voidsmen at arms, 1 card as assassin. So fucking cool, man. So cool. Ferrado, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. And thank you for sharing those pictures. Because that is a truly awesome force to behold. Truly awesome. Holy shit, man. I've never seen anything like that before. That's like once in a lifetime seeing something like that. That's amazing. All right. Frado, I could sit here wanking you off all day, mate, but I've got to drag myself over to this reprobate. It's Tiki, my boy! Tiki, thank you for the banzai! Warlord Gains here, run! Tiki has fled the chat. It's all right, Tiki. You can come back now. You can come back now. Tiki, thank you so much for the support, man. And yeah, Warlord Games was here. They've gone now, but Warlord Games was here, which is amazing. Tiki, thank you for the support, bro. Solarius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part to keep us fresh stocked with new conscripts. We've also got Ras Splifari. Thank you so much for the 25-month member flex. Excellent, baby. 2 years. Fuck yeah. Thank you. Pray for my wallet. I now need to play K47. Dude. It's not even that expensive, man. Like, it's less to get a full Konflikt 47 army. It's like, especially if you look at the new plastics, like splitting a starter set and getting a starter army, you are looking at like less than the price of 2 GW combat patrols. It's just yeah, it's 1250 points to 1500 points, man. It's honestly, it's unreasonably good. You know what I mean? It's unreasonably good, man. Yeah. It's so good. So yeah, your wallet will be fine. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the super chat. Isn't there a super heavy for the UK? The Merlin is a heavy. I don't know if there's a super heavy for the UK. The super heavy is the tank. So the new Churchill, the Churchill Meteor. I don't know if it's getting a new model or not, but the Churchill tank is now a super heavy tank. The Merlin Walker's gone from a medium to a heavy Walker. And then we've got the Percival. Should we look at some of the British stuff? I feel like people are pretty fucking hard for the British stuff. So shall we have a good old look? So first thing to show off here is the British Commonwealth Starter Army. So in the British Commonwealth Starter Army, you will receive a Percival mech. This is the I've got a close-up picture of all this stuff, so you don't need to worry about it too much. But you'll get a Percival mech, and you'll get a Humber 2 armored car with it's the Konflikt Humber, so it's a little different. You'll get 3 of the Mark 2 infantry of the Mark 2 automated, 5 of the Mark 1 automated, 5 of the power armored guys, and a platoon commander. So that's a very, I mean, that's a really, really good starter box. I think it comes with Rift Dice as well. So I think it also, it's a very generous, I think it must be all in plastic, on most of it. To explain why so much of that is that's a really generous box. I feel like a lot of that's got to be in plastic. I'm not going to lie. I do have some close-ups of that stuff though. So don't worry. So here's the new British power armor guys. So they've gone from having the wrist-mounted LMGs. Yeah. They're doing new plastic Shrek Wolf, and yeah, that's what Pete was hinting at, wasn't it? He didn't tell me that. That's what he's getting a taste for it now. He's like, ooh, I'll just drop little bits in. Yeah. Yeah, new plastic Shrek Wolf seemed to be something that was being hinted at. It might, well, I say plastic. They might be Warlord resin, because the Ursus are Warlord resin at the moment. But I think what the idea is that there's going to be stuff that comes in Warlord resin and then it comes in plastic and stuff. So, but anyway, it's by the by. As long as it's coming in Warlord resin or plastic, it's all fucking great. It's all fucking great. So looking at this stuff, I mean, I have to say this. I do prefer the new design. Now, I have the old design Galahads, and they look okay. They look okay. But I think I don't know what... I like the fact that this feels like powered. It feels like the armor is powered, but then they've just got like normal. They've got normal guns. Yeah. It looks much lighter. I think the idea is this is your Mark 1 power armor. Any word on US power armor? Maybe. So yeah, this is the so these are the new Galahad armored infantry. They are the same in terms of rules. They are the same as the old ones. I think I prefer this design, and I think I prefer the design because of them holding their weapons over the wrist-mounted ones. The wrist-mounted ones are cool. Don't get me wrong. The wrist-mounted ones are cool, but I think I prefer these ones. Just a personal thing. I think I prefer these ones. Oh yeah, some more Japanese stuff. You guys want British stuff. So I did see this. These were Australian robots. I think it's important to explain where I saw these. I saw these in the resin casting part of the tour. So I don't think that these are in mass production, shall we say. I feel like these might be a conversion that has been done. But still love it. Still love it, yeah. Oh yeah, I got some more British stuff for you. Here you go. So these are the new Mark 1 automated infantry. They look great. And also you've got the new platoon commander down here as well. So you got he's got the heavy rift rifle. And he's wearing the Galahad armor. He's got pipe. Look at that. He's got piping. He's got fucking piping on his power armor. Amazing. And then the new Mark 1 infantry. I just think they just look... You know what's interesting? They look similar enough to the old ones where you probably could mix and match a few together. But, yeah, there's a few key differences, like the way the weapon magazines have been designed and stuff. Yeah. And then, what's this little cheeky fella? Okay, that's the new mech. So, we got the new Humber armored car. So this is the Humber with the computer in it, the computational systems in it. So it can move and shoot without penalty, which is really interesting. And then this is the Percy. It's a big bitch. Now, the Percy is a real thick mama. It's a real thick mama. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. And I do encourage all of you. to take note of the arm-mounted Piat launchers. Yeah, that's what they were described as. That's what they were described as. Now, I think they're just a medium rocket system, so I think it's more like Piat inspired, shall we say, rather than these are going to be really, really good at anti-tank. If you look, you can go and check out the rules for the Percy already. But yeah, I have to say, I love the fact that this. So it's really important to mention this actually. A lot of the mechs that people have seen in combat so far, a lot of the mechs that have that we've seen in combat so far in battle reports have been like the linebacker, which only comes with a light Tesla cannon, and the light Tesla cannon is fine, but it's just that. It's a light Tesla cannon. Whereas I think one of the big things, and as someone who's used a Tesla Sherman and found that it really, when you get that surging rift die on the Tesla Sherman, it just goes fucking ape. It still goes fucking ape. I think having the medium Tesla gun on this plus the rocket launcher is really, really interesting. Because the problem the Bruin has for the Americans is that it's got a medium anti-tank gun and a medium rocket system. And so basically it fires 2 shots. Basically it fires 2 shots. So what I really like about this is that if you go absolutely ham with the Tesla cannon, you get the volume. You get 7 shots out of this thing on a surging rift die, plus the medium rocket system. So I really like the Percy aesthetically because I have to say, and I think this is worth pointing out, I love the green and black camo scheme. 3rd edition Lehman Russ camo, anyone? It's probably like, is that like Cold War British tank camo? Probably. Probably, right? Probably. But yeah, I look at this model. And I look at the green and black color scheme, and I'm just like, that's 3rd edition guard Lehman Russ color scheme, that is. Fucking love that. All over that. More, please. More, please. Yeah, but I love this because it's to me, it's an improved Bruin. Because it's got the volume from the Tesla. Yeah. Lorgar the Prophet. I still miss France this game. I want a laser B1 tank. So what's funny is there was a guy there at the Warlord Open Day. I don't know that was you, Lorgar. There's a guy there at the Open Day who, during the seminar, must have asked about 5 questions about will France, in some capacity, come to Konflikt 47. And it was, the design team was like, look, we're not ruling anything out, but they were very clear. Like we've had a very focused goal, which is to get the product here where it is now, and then launch, and then we can start adding in other factions. It's when the conversation about like other factions came in. Now, I'm gonna say this. The Warlord, Warlord Games is probably not going to do every single. I don't want to say what they're not. I don't want to tell you what Warlord Games is going to do or not. I don't know, but I think there is an onus on players to like make that. There's nothing stopping, and I mean this wholeheartedly, and they did actually touch on this a little bit in the seminar. They were like, "Hey, we're kind of interested to see what you guys come up with." And what is stopping you from taking a Char B? What Char B1 is it? Like the standard French battle tank at the beginning of the war, and converting it to have a Tesla turret. No, convert it to have a Tesla turret, or maybe you convert it to has a Tesla cannon sticking out the front, and that light anti-tank gun on top is like you change that to like an HMG or something, and it's like. You know, you could. I mean, why don't we? Fuck it. 1 minute. 1 minute. You know, so let's look at this thing. You know, you could take this motherfucker. You could take this motherfucker and put either a Tesla cannon in the turret and an HMG in the front, or you could put, I'd probably go Tesla cannon in the turret, HMG in the front. You got the medium machine gun there. Look, you've now got a Tesla Cromwell or Tesla Sherman. Do they sell solo Tesla cannons? I mean, I think there are going to. I think a lot of the bits. So a lot of the Tesla stuff right now is in resin, or walled resin. I think there's going to be stuff coming in plastic. So I think it'll be a case of maybe a little bit of kit bashing, maybe a little bit of 3D printing to get the parts. You know what you need. But the point is, like, you will be able to kit bash this, and then say this is my counts as Tesla Cromwell, or my counts as Tesla Sherman. And, you know, let's be real here. Like, nothing is going to stop you. Look at the sprues on the French infantry. Okay, you get Adrian helmets, but you also get all of these other spare hats, right? Nothing is going to stop you from... And nothing should be stopping you, by the way. I want to make this abundantly clear. Nothing should be stopping you from... taking this Galahad-powered infantry, swapping out the beret heads and putting Adrian helmets on there, or whatever these fucking hats are. I don't know. Like whatever these are the like Senegalese hats down here or something. Slapping those on, or whatever. You know, the point is, because so much of this stuff is coming in plastic / Warlord resin, it is now so much easier to convert. So I fully understand why in the past you wouldn't have wanted to convert over a bunch of the Konflikt stuff, because it's all in fucking metal, man. Like, you know, it's all in fucking metal. It's annoying. So now it's okay. You could be like, it's in plastic. It's in plastic / Warlord resin. So you can go nuts. And yeah, you know, maybe, you know, and I guess Mini Mundus, you know, do you use US stuff or do you use British stuff is a great question. I will say this though. I will say this. Mini Mundus, we are not in World War II. You know, the timeline has diverged, you know, as early as 1943 and maybe even earlier is what the hint was. So, you know, in this timeline, maybe the French didn't get re-equipped by the Americans because, you know, the French are generally quite a socialist people and the Americans under FDR don't like socialism. So maybe the US refused to outfit them. So the British outfitted them instead. So you can say like, oh, I would use US stuff. Yeah, no, 100%. That's not a problem at all. You know, France is going to be, you know, the big question is, France is going to be there in some capacity. Warlord Games hasn't, this is the beauty of Warlord Games not prescribing everything and, you know, saying to the community, hey, you know, if you have an idea, then what's stopping you from going for it? No, what if we see hundreds of people kit bashing French armies, then yeah, fuck it. We see there's a hunger for it. Do you know what I mean? But you could have, you know, you could kit bashing a Free French K-47 army sounds amazing because they got a whole. They actually spoke about jazzy colors. So they've done a lot of stuff in like camo and stuff. But they have actually said that if they have actually said that they are going to be producing, you know, if you look through the pictures, there's a lot of stuff that isn't in traditional camo. And they actually said in the seminar today, they were like, well, is camouflage, they were like, we want people to do, they said, we want people to do jazzy color schemes. We have got some color schemes, but, we've got, they said we've got a dozen different style trooping color schemes. So, they've said you don't need to stick to historical with this. And one of the things that they said is like, well, is camouflage becoming less relevant in a Konflikt 47 battlefield? I mean, what is camouflage going to do if people have got a bunch of infrared technology? What's camouflage going to do if something isn't seeing you, they're sniffing you out? Yeah. So there's a lot of, if you want to, so the reason I say this is you could absolutely take what I would love to do, and what I very well may do. There's a strong possibility that my second jazzy Konflikt color scheme, because my first one is my Japanese, but my second jazzy Konflikt color scheme is going to be for my French. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a free French army, use have it so it's fairly compatible with either US or British rules, so keep it pretty flexible, and paint them all up in Napoleonic colors. No, why are your French soldiers going to battle in full blue and red or blue and white? And it's like, because there's no point in wearing camouflage when you're going up against Schreck-Wolfen and Totenkopf. So, I've got my power armor guys, and they're wearing big fucking shakos, and and they're wearing like big fucking shakos, and they're wearing the power armor's blue, but the cloth bits are red or white, whichever direction you want to go with. Yeah. So that is, because, especially, this is something that I think is important to mention to any 40k players that are thinking of trying this game out. The creative freedom is there, and Warlord wants you to do it. This is not Games Workshop, where it's like we are going to tell you how things are. With Warlord Games, it's like, that sounds cool. That sounds cool. Do you want to know something really? Do you want to know the level of interactivity that? And I might be creating a lot of work for Alessio here, but one of the levels of creativity that and receptiveness that Warlord has, and they can't do everything that we ask them. We have to appreciate that. But Alessio today, so I asked him a question, and this is not a Konflikt 47 question, but I asked him, because he's not on the Konflikt 47 team, but I asked him a question, and I was like, what's going on with China in bot action? And he said, basically his answer was, that China is probably going to come around at some point, but it's not going to be any point soon. But it's going to come around at some point. And he said, and then he showed me, and he said, we know that people are interested in China. And he said, because I look at this, what I received today. And he showed me 3 really, really well done binders of Chinese rules that someone from the community had written and given to him today. They were really well done. There were pictures in there. There was law in there. They had different rules for the nationalist Chinese, the communist Chinese, and I think it was either like the warlords or something. And he was like, yeah, so this came from someone in the community today. They just were really enthusiastic about it. They handed it to me, and I'm going to be taking a look at this. So I think with the whole China and bot action, I think it is important to mention they're doing everything that has an existing range first, and then they're going to go back and fill any gaps with for potential PDF armies, like free PDF armies. And then if things come over from having end up getting models, then they'll get an armies off. But he basically said he was very straightforward. He said China is on the table in bot action, but they're not on the table soon. John Jetta, where did you find the pictures at? I took them today at the Warlord Games Open Day. So the reason I mentioned that is, Warlord Games is very open to all of our ideas, but there's definitely an element of why are you asking, not in a horrible way, but like, why are you waiting on us to do this? We want, kit bash it because they're hobbyists, you see. So they're like, we love the idea. We want to see what you do with it. Off you go, hobbyist. Go and kit bash your, go and kit bash your, your free French in K47. Yeah. So yeah, and it wasn't just Konflikt 47 that I talked about Warlord today. I've dropped a few hints. China being something that I talked to Alessio about. There's going to be an Axis faction which doesn't currently have an army book, which is going to get an army book. So I'm not telling you which Axis faction, but you can have a look around and try and figure it out. There's a few other bits actually. But we'll come back to it. Got some super chats. Tiki, my boy. Tiki, thank you for the support, man. Is it hidden? Is it saved to return to chat? It's saved to return to chat, Tiki. It's saved to return to chat. Thank you for the banzai. There you are. Dustin Polos, thank you for the super chat. Don't want to distract from the Konflikt 47 goodness, but it's a good weekend for Old World 2. 70 players at LGT, another 140 at WTC tournament at the same time. That's amazing. Dude, there's nothing wrong with, dropping a bit of... There's nothing wrong with dropping a bit of Old World goodness in there. Dustin Polos, that's cool as fuck. I guess a big question is, what had more LGT, Old World or Age of Sigmar? The eternal rivalry. But, I actually... If Age of Sigmar ends up having more, I won't be disappointed. Age of Sigmar is a great game in its own right, for sure. For sure. Dustin Polos, thank you so much for the super chat, and I am genuinely glad to hear that Old World is going well. Yeah, I fucking love Old World, man. Old World is my favorite Games Workshop game at the moment, and you know what's funny? It's not only my favorite. It's like Salty Simon. He's basically converted over to Old World now. He just wants more. Anthony Williams, thank you so much for the super chat, man. When you read the US K47 lore, I was surprised, intrigued, and impressed. Thanks for the heads up. It's been a sweet ride. I'm not done yet. Stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. What are you saying? I feel like Anthony Williams is about to drop us some serious K47, like what he's been working on vibes. Let's have a look. Oh, wow. Yes. Oh, man. That is sick, mate. That is actually sick. That is so good. Get some, devil dogs. That's so cool. Anthony Williams, not done yet. Holy shit, man. I've blown my fucking load. I don't know if I can take much more. And you're going to get tired of winning. And you're going to be like, please, no, we can't take it. It's too much. But you're going to win even more. Oh, man. Anthony Williams, cool, mate. Very, very cool. We got another picture in here. Yeah, we do. Look at that mud skipper. Love that big fucking recordless rifle on the back. Is that an MMG or an HMG on the front? Either way. Love that, mate. Love the marine camo. Yes. I love the transfers, man. Love the transfers. I need to do some of those. Yeah. I need to get some of these little buggers for my Americans. I've got loads for my British, but I need to get some for my Americans, I think. Yeah. Holy shit, man. Dude, they look great. They look great. Whilst we're here, I got more mods to paint, sir. Yes, love it. Love it. Whilst we're here, big shout out to Cheese Master. Thank you for super chat. Beast mode linebacker in stream discussion. Yes, dude, love it. Twin HMG plus MMG plus Tesla cannon. Fucking peak loadout, man. In my opinion, peak loadout. I love that. That's so cool. Beast mode, baby. I mean, they just. Yes. Yes, Cheese Master. My cheese is exploding everywhere. Jimmy Squid, thank you for the super chat. Found older kit bash I made in discussion. Proxy, maybe. Found this guy built about a year ago thinking what to proxy as a chimera size comparisons. And yes, that's Majora's Mask Link themed grot driver. Fucking hell. Oh my god, it's so crazy. I love it. It's so cool. It's like, why it's got a Lehman Rust. This is what I miss from Orcs, man. Yeah. I mean, you need to use it as a Taurox, I would say. Yeah, that's pretty much guaranteed Taurox material right there. It's a very, very, very cool model. Love the Majora's Mask Goblin Commander. But I love that. Love the conversion. This is what Orcs are all about. That is proper Orky. That is proper Orky, that is. Oh, man. Yeah, but I'd say Taurox, mate. I'd say Taurox. Okay. Yay or nay, paint my K-47 Americans as Command & Conquer GDI when they arrive? Yes, definitely paint them as GDI. If you don't, I'll be very upset with you. Not that I really like to stand on, because I still owe you multiple thank yous. That's hilarious, but still. What haven't we seen yet? What haven't we seen? You guys seen the new power armor, guys, for the Japanese? You kind of saw the commander. This is the new assault frame armored infantry. So they get the power blades on the arms. They've really remastered the power blades on the arms now. So you can see this guy's got it as like a dagger, but it's like, look, you can see the way that guy's got like he's got like two fingers over the blade. Shring, 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 shring. Yeah. So you can see they've the Japanese power armor is getting a big glow up. Yeah, the banners. Yeah, the banners are ace, aren't they? Yeah. So the Japanese power armor is getting a really big glow up. And then you've got the new Ghost Warriors as well. The Ghost Warriors are fantastic. Yeah, so each of the Ghost Warriors gets a Shiburu rifle. And then you can put like Shiburu rifles in the something. I love how some of them they've got like little horns on them. Proper cool. Proper fucking cool. It is. I'll tell you what though. It is. I'll tell you what. I really like the new stuff, but I actually quite like the old helmet design. You know, for the and that there's nothing wrong with liking the old models. You know, these models are not replacing the old models. You know, these models are fully compatible with the rules of the old models. Do you know what I mean? So I don't get me wrong at all, but I really quite like the old helmet design. I'm definitely going to end up getting some of these for sure. But I really like I really do quite like the old helmet design. It was as mad as it sounds, I am like super tempted to get like another box of the old ones before the new ones come along. And then, get loads of the new ones as well. I haven't decided yet. Who knows? What is the giant robotic hand over here? Oh, it's one of the Ursus. It's another, there you go. Can you guys see that? So it's one of the Ursus troops without hammers. So you've got the Ursus with hammers and the Ursus without hammers. Yeah. And so that's an Ursus without hammer. I'll tell you what. So when I was posting these pictures in the Discord earlier, I did sort of post them in a fairly random order because I was at a motorway service station. The signal was quite poor. So what I'll do is I'll post them now and I'll start from the beginning and we can just sort of go through them. So let's have a look. Because there's a lot. What was that last one then? Okay, 1 minute. My phone's being a little... So, you guys are going to have to bear with me. My phone's been really fucky today. I think I need a new one. I keep having to like close things and open them again so then they move smoothly. Okay, so I have good news, by the way. The Locust mech that you all know and love for the Germans hasn't gone away. Hasn't gone away. It was just getting repackaged. So basically, they had the old packaging, and now it's going to have the new packaging. So if you like the old Locust mech, which I know many of us do, you're still going to have that. Okay, sorry, 1 minute. I've got just slightly distracted. Okay. So yeah, I'm just basically doing these in order now, so it's a bit better. Because I think there was a few things that slipped through the cracks, as it were. And obviously we don't want anything slipping through cracks. I think most of it's been seen though. So it's not necessarily about the pictures. I think that's all the new stuff, and then I've put a bit of old stuff in there as well. But I don't think there's any new stuff for Konflikt after that. Oh yeah, no, there is. So they've been doing some concept designs about the robots with the raincoats, the rain slicks. So they're not there yet, but they're a concept that Warlord's working on because they saw what the community did, and they were like, "That's really cool." Also, I think there was some spoilers about like a full. I think there was a full Hungarian army coming for bolt action, maybe, if it's not already a thing. I think that's everything. That's everything of great import. Yeah, the rain ponchos. Yeah, exactly. So we'll go through some of the pictures now. I think a lot of it will have already been seen, but it gives you guys, it makes sure that we've not missed anything. There's a few. Oh, here we go. So there's a few bits which haven't been seen. So these are the old stormtroopers, but this was the. I was chatting to the lady. So it's a really, I've forgotten her name now. I'm tired, but it's a really nice lady who's been heading up a lot of the color schemes for the Konflikt 47 models, and she's really good. And she just knows her shit, man. She just knows her shit. She puts a lot of effort into trying to get the right vibe and the right color schemes. If you've enjoyed how the Style Trooper and having like tank camo because over like infantry camo, and if you've enjoyed a way that like the different color schemes you've seen for the Fireflies and stuff, it's a big part of it is thanks to again, I'm so sorry that the names escape me. I do know it. It'll come back to me, but it's a big part to this this lady that works at Warlord Games. She's really fucking switched on. Yeah. And so just going through different iterations of like cloth just until they get the right ones and stuff. It's really cool. Yeah, you can see here they really were, purple camo. They really were trying some jazzy shit out, which is cool. Before they settled on the one that they eventually went with. I think this isn't Konflikt 47 stuff, but it's still cool. Oh yeah, so here you go. Here you go. We've got the British Commonwealth Starter Army. So you're going to get, in the British Commonwealth Starter Army, you're going to get a Percy, a Humber, 3 Mark IIs, 5 Mark 1s, 5 Galahads, and 1 Platoon Commander. I have no idea what this is, but this looks like a paper linebacker and a paper Vogel spinner. So yeah, Warlord Games is embracing the meme of the cardboard dreadnought. If I was a betting man, I think this is for the really cheap starter set that they do. So they do something like this for bolt action, where it's called the bolt action. It's just called it the bolt action starter set or something, or beginner set. And they have a cardboard Hanomag, and people really enjoyed the cardboard Hanomags. They were like, "Fuck it, we'll meme it up. You can have a cardboard. You can have some carb." So this will be like, to be clear, this will be like, if it's anything like the bot action one, it'll be 40 quid, and you'll get everything you'll get, like basically 12 infantry through the side, and then a cardboard like mech for each side or something. And then you'll get everything. Yeah, it's a really it's literally like 40 quid to learn how to play bolt action Konflikt. It's even sorry, I'm fucking this up. I don't know for sure, but if it's anything like the bolt action one, both sides will get a dozen infantry, a cardboard vehicle, and a learn how to play the game guide, and it'll be about 40 quid, if that, maybe even 30. And it's the cheapest way you can try the game before you buy. Yeah, it's really good. So we can see some of the new artwork here. So obviously we've seen the starter set, American starter set, Axe starter set, but you can see the new art. So look at the new artwork, boys. One of the big things that Warlord Games said is that whilst they appreciated the old artwork, there was a bit of a problem with you having a box which shows like a green background, and then the mech would be painted in forest camouflage, and then the camouflage was actually doing a really good job, because it basically meant that the model didn't stand out, which is like, yeah, great from a camouflage point of view, but the boxes should be drawing you as the player in. And so one of the big things that they've been doing with a lot of the repackaging that's going on is they put a lot of effort into graphic design. They have put a lot of effort into graphic design. Yeah. So these are some of the assembly. I love these assembly guides. It's like, hey, look, do you want to learn how to paint build Ursus? Here you go. This is how complex your Ursus models are going to be. So do you want to see how complex the new Ursus are going to be? Oh, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? How many Ursus do you get in the current box? I'll stop being facetious. You're going to get double the amount of Ursus, and it's either going to be the same price or it's going to be cheaper. So either way, you're going to be getting it a lot cheaper. Either way. So yeah, don't hold me to that, but I'm pretty certain they're going to be made out of Warlord resin, and they're not going to double the price of the box. I mean, if they do, that would be a shame, but I'm pretty certain the vibe I got from Warlord is that if we can, we want to try and make the game more accessible. That they in fact, not the vibe. it was explicitly stated by Pete, I want this game to be as accessible as possible. And so I think you're going to end up finding that you get double the Ursus in the box for the same cost that you get now. Yeah. We've got some more pictures here. So that was the first batch. So here we go. You've got your Locust, your. I've got one of these for my Germans now, by the way. I got one of these. I did come away with some serious swag today, I have to say. How is Ward resin? I've yet to handle any. It's a dream, mate. It's an absolute dream. It's not even resin. It's basically plastic. It's if you Google Siocast, SIOCAST, it's basically that, mate. But Warlord Games have spent years perfecting the formula for it. And last time I spoke to them, they had 2 machines for Siocast. That was last year. This year they've got 4. So they're putting a lot into it. And yeah, it is just phenomenally good stuff. It's a plastic model. It's a single piece plastic model with a detail of resin, mate. It's soft. It's softer resin than traditional resin, so it's so easy to convert stuff. Yeah. So yeah, here's your instructions on how to build your Locust. It's very, very. Look at this. It's so easy to build. There's your instructions for how to build your Odin. So a lot of the stuff is still... So not everything has come over to Warlord resin. So the Locust will be in traditional resin. The Odin will be in traditional resin. But it's important to mention that this is Warlord Games' traditional resin. So it's actually really good and not a bag of shit. And then you've got the... So the Ghost Attack guys are going to be Warlord resin. That's worth mentioning. But that looks pretty simple to build. That does look pretty simple to build. There's your Odin. There we go. It's got some pictures. I think I've already gone through that. Oh yeah. Yeah, that was cool. I don't know if I got a picture of it. I think the picture's on Mrs. Mordian's phone. I'm pretty certain I saw a Tiger tank with a with the new cone gravity gun on it. But I don't know if it was just a conversion. But I'm pretty certain I saw it. So these are just some of the other like designs of troops. So we've got like Firefly, Roberta Wells. Look at that Nactal band, some of the style trooper and stuff. The big one I want to show you here is these motherfuckers. This is not something that is currently available. Now, I don't know if this is just a concept model. I don't know if this is a concept model. Or if this is an actual like weapon team that will be coming out. But it looks fucking good. So this looks like some kind of autocannon. Or light anti-tank gun. And then this guy has got... Yeah, this guy's got a shoulder-mounted MMG, but he also seems to have like some kind of weapon down here. Maybe it's a reload clip for this. I'm not sure. But then why would he have it like under? I think it's another weapon. Yeah, I think it's the weapon. But it's cool as fuck either way. That's cool as well. Yeah. Slammer Samuels is a big boy though. Look at the size of him. I don't know if that's just a promotional model, but he was a big boy. Yeah, look at the size of him. He's bigger than a Mark II. So yeah, I think that must be like, I don't know if that's going to be his actual model. He's fucking huge if that is his actual model. Tesla Lee. That's cool. Again, not sure of a conversion. Looks like it might be a conversion. You know, but you know, this was all in the concept design team. And they did say new plastic terrain was coming as well, so Oh yeah, I got one of the really good designers at Warlord is a chap called Wojtek. He's been there for a while, I think. He's really good. He always at every open day just basically shows off a bunch of stuff that he's probably not meant to show off, and it's brilliant. So yeah, you'll probably see some. Oh, you know, what's this that I'm working on? Oh yeah, what's this that I'm working on? Oh, this is very interesting. You know. Pete said it was a lead conversion, did he? Ah, fair enough. Fair enough. Damn it, Pete. Damn it, Pete. All right, well, Pete. Now you've said it's a conversion. You do realize you are gonna have to go out and like make it a real thing. All in good time. I would say all in good time. You know, all in good time. So we've already seen this picture, but I'll go through them, you know, slowly but surely, because there'll be some people that have only just joined the stream. I have a lot more, by the way. This is just the pictures. I've actually got a bunch of shit I haven't spoken about in terms of like rules and hints and reveals and stuff like that. Does the Howl Shrek come with the option for the Be My Tank in the box? I'm pretty certain it does, mate. Yes. There you go. You get to pick. You get all options in the box. So yeah, I'll just go through these slowly because I know some people won't have seen them yet. These are all available in the MG Discord, by the way. So if you're a channel member, you know, you can head on over. I'll point a few things out. That's the new Walker. So and this is the new design for the T-34 ZP. So it's the same gun that you know and love. It's just a new design for it. All right, cool. My new favorite models are these Terror Troops, man. They're honestly just wicked. They're absolutely fucking wicked, those Terror Troops. That's the Percy. That's your Humber. Mark IIs, absolute Giga Chads. I said I wanted this cardboard cut out. I wasn't allowed to take it home. This is some of the old stuff. And, you know, we're not slugging off the old stuff, but I mean, it's night and fucking day, isn't it? The old stuff is good, but it's very clearly World War II a bit. It's just very clearly World War II, but a bit wacky. And the new stuff is like, yeah, we've dialed it up a fucking notch. So these were concepts, by the way. So some stuff you'll see here hasn't necessarily, you know, made it into the final thing, but you can see they're made out of these are made out of these are 3D printed. So Warlord Games does a lot of 3D printing now with things like for making their masters for like model molds, and so these are 3D printed and they've put the rain ponchos on them, so that's cool. But I think, I don't know, but Warlord Games is very aware of the hype around the rain ponchos. They're very aware of it. So nothing's guaranteed at all. Nothing's guaranteed, but they're aware of it. And yeah, that's kind of cool. I mean, look, this guy's got a fucking Tesla cannon. So it's a conversion. But yeah, they're aware of it. And yeah, let's see what they do with it. These are some early designs for... These are early designs. So this was an early design for a new Grizzly with a revolver anti-tank gun. But this is not... obviously, the Percy ended up being a bit different. Look at that. They some kind of hover tank in the back there. And that's an interesting scale for a model. That guy's got a robot arm. So there's definitely some... This guy hasn't got... This guy looks like an Ursus, but he's definitely not an Ursus. Some of this stuff is definitely going to be spoilers. So there's definitely some hints here. Like if you look, this looks like a bunch of off-cast models, but then when you look around, you see there's a lot more going on. So yeah, I think there's some sneaky shit here right now, boys. I think there's a lot of sneaky, like, you know, who the fuck is this motherfucker? Do you know what I mean? So we don't know what this is yet. But there's definitely something going on here. There's definitely something going on here. Like maybe that is the new design for the Grizzly or something. Because there's a lot of like, you know, Warlord games like to do this. They like to hide things in their open days. They like to hide things, but hide things in plain sight, as it were. Look at the size of those Mark IIs, man. Yeah. Potentially, look at that. Chrysanthemums. Next to, so potentially new Japanese mechs incoming. Potentially new Japanese mechs incoming. Also, this is in the resin casting bit. So I mostly took pictures of these minis because they were cool. But I did spot down here what looks like to be like a full Hungarian army. So we'll mosey on down to that pretty quickly. So I don't know if these models already exist. Bot action Hungarian players will have to tell me. But there definitely seems to be some solid Hungarian game going on. Some of this shit might already exist, but I really don't remember these fucking guys. Don't remember that truck either. So I don't know. I don't know. We could be getting some pretty serious Hungarian shit coming, which would be cool. I mean, yeah, there's a lot of it, right? Bang. I do not recognize a lot of this stuff. So that is all of the interesting pictures that I have, but I have a lot more interesting information. So what should we have like sitting on screen? I mean, I do think these guys look so good that I think these are the best looking ones, but I'm going to leave this up on screen whilst I basically just reveal loads of shit to you guys. You thought the hype train was over? You thought the hype train was over? The hype train, I mean, it's about halfway. But it's not done. It's not done. I've just shown you all the pictures. I've shown you all the pictures. I've shown you all of the you know, the eye candy, like Dawson White said, all the eye candy, yeah. Okay. So we've got more though. Quick shout out to Dix Dinin and Unnatural 09. Thank you so much for subscribing on YouTube, boys. And a big shout out to Andy Williams. Thank you for the support, man. The models actually look like their concept art. Yeah. Yeah, man. 100%. 100%. It just you see the models and then you see the art and then you go and you can go and get those exactly how you want. Yeah. Okay. That's like a book that look at so right, bro. You're gonna be like, I can't goon anymore, but you're gonna goon. You're gonna goon. So, I had a lot of questions First, I'm going to go through these a bit at a time. Some of them I might have already hinted at, but I'm going to go through these a bit at a time. So, I asked about the digital rules, the live documents, and I said that we're really, I said live documents, fantastic, and the fact that they're free is really good. And they were like, hey, we want the game to be as accessible as possible, and we know that the first thing that people are going to do before they even really know what the rules are is they're going to like go on the army list and try and point up an army. If we tell them like 1,500 points, they're going to watch a few battle reports, then going to want to like point stuff up. So that's, the army lists are totally free. You can do that. And I said, hey, when you update them, have like, mark changes in like green and red for points going up and down or whatever. Just have it so it's clearly marked. And I said, don't necessarily get rid of the old versions so that people can have like an archive maybe. I said, I know you've got to host this kind of stuff, but definitely be worth even just archiving like the last version. So you've got the last version, the new version, and have like an archive section on the website. And that way people can sort of see the changes, do a bit of comparison stuff and whatnot. And they were like, that's an interesting idea. We can't promise anything, but that's genuinely interesting. But the big one I asked was, we love the digital rules, but obviously there's a risk of things changing too often, and we don't want people, and people don't want to, invest in a unit to know that it's going to be invalidated. And what they could not stress this enough, that the idea of the live documents is to allow them to add things into the game, rather than producing an armies of book, like a physical book, and then if they add a new unit into the game, your book's now invalidated and you've got to get another book, or you've got to print something out and stick it in or whatever. The armies of the reason they want the digital shit is because they are planning on adding a lot to this game. And so the reason why they've done the living documents online is so that it's to allow them to add stuff in without it invalidating people's books that they've bought, which is, I think, is a very good approach. Really, really, really good approach. And the other thing they said though is that, of course, if something is like egregiously wrong, if they're like, look, we're human, we're going to make mistakes. If we release a unit and the points are egregiously wrong, we've done loads and loads of playtesting, but the moment we release it, someone's going to find something. We know that. They said they're pretty confident, but they're realistic. So if something is egregiously wrong, they will tweak it, but they'll do little and often tweaks. That's the idea. No plan survives contact with the enemy. No rules survive contact with wargamers. But the idea that they couldn't stress it enough that they weren't going to be like adjusting the points every 2 weeks. Like that the rules were being living documents so they could add stuff, not mess with people. Yeah. So I think that's a really good approach. They're obviously very sensitive to the fact that what a big complaint is books being released and being invalidated. Not necessarily a complaint from, for their company, but a complaint that definitely exists out there. And so this is the way they've chosen to approach that, tackle that. I mean, I don't mean to alarm you, but Warlord. I don't mean to alarm you, but I do think this is really worth mentioning. Warlord Games is a company which is, it's there's a few old heads knocking about. A few grognards. And that's why we love them. We wouldn't want that to change. That's why we love them. But even a company which has definitely got a few old heads in it has recognized the value of digital rules and come up with, I think, a really sensible way of implementing them. We got how the fuck did we get free digital rules with no paywalls from fucking Warlord before GW. Like, it's crazy. You know what? I'll tell you why. It's not an accident. It's not an accident. I think the people that they've got on the Konflikt 47 team are really switched on. I think they deserve a lot of credit. I think they deserve a lot of our respect. When you're talking, you can always get a sense of someone being switched on just by talking to them. They're really switched on. And so I actually don't think it's fair I think there are plenty of old heads at Warlord who probably aren't that bothered about digital rules, but these guys are really fucking switched on and they're on it. Yeah. So I think that's why it's happened. And I think that's why it's happened specifically with Konflikt 47. So, long story short, you will be getting... the rules will be free. They'll be available online. They will be living documents, but they're not going to be fucking with people with the balance constantly. Next. Other nations of Konflikt 47? Yes, but long term was basically the answer. Big one here. Konflikt 47 novels. Like Black Library kind of thing. The answer was a simple yes. Which is very interesting. There's this is one thing they did ask me to keep under my hat, but Warlord Games is acutely aware that lore sells models. Lore, obviously, a good story sells itself, but lore sells models. If people read an epic story about an engagement, then read an epic story about a cool regiment or army, it makes them want to collect that thing. Like if you read a story about a unit of American GIs getting torn limb from limb by Schreckwolfen, or a unit of British Tommies like surviving, holding the line against waves after waves of Totem Core, that's awesome, and that makes you want to engage with the game. So they're not skimping on the lore. They're not skimping on the lore at all. So that's really cool. Commander HL, no, they didn't. Now, we've got some very specific things. I passed on some of your feedback to Dan and Pete, who are doing a very good job I basically passed on some of your feedback to the head of the Konflikt team and also the guy that's been doing a lot of the balancing for Konflikt. And I passed on basically 4 bits of information. And I can confirm that these have now been received at the highest levels. And they have not only been received, but I think that they have been received, and I think they're going to be acted on. Okay? So, Legio Aquila body armor. I have told them that people are sad that their Legio Aquilas no longer get body armor, that they would like their Legio Aquilas to have body armor back. That has been received and is being thought about. And that's not a placated bullshit answer. That's okay, how can we get that back in? All right. Now, maybe it'll materialize. Maybe it won't. But that is something that's been passed up the chain of command. The other one. Clarification. The Totem Core conga line. So we know you can't regrow Totem Core in combat. But the idea that they can regrow them 1 inch of each other. So potentially it's like you have one and then he grows you get 6 back, and it goes, he goes there, he goes there, he goes there. That's definitely something they're going to make sure isn't. That's not they're like, that's not how that's meant to be used. And I said, could you just say you can place models within range of existing units, existing models? So if you've got one guy left, they'd have to like place around him, and they were like, that's definitely that's a good idea. That's definitely a possible solution. The other one, Slammer Samuels not having any friends. Drugov gets 2 mates. Heinrich Gross gets 4 mates. Slammer Samuels gets no mates. And people want to like Slammer Samuels. They want to use Slammer Samuels, but they feel like he's too easy to be punched out. Yeah, especially if he wants to like fist a mech. So can they give him a Paragon buddy or 2? But when I said that, they were like, we're going to be thinking about some things with Paragons in general. So I think there was a bit of a hint of, Paragons are going to be getting a remaster, which is kind of cool. But I don't know for sure. That might be long. That might be a long way in the distant future. But yeah, there's definitely an element of Slammer Samuels needs a mate. But then we get to the big one. These are all little ones. These are all little ones. We get to the big one. The one that I think from day one of me showing interest in Konflikt 47, people have asked about this unit. The Axis Stormtroopers. I think they're going to bring them back. I think they're going to give them a unit entry. I said the number one unit that I have been asked about in this entire game has been the Axis Stormtroopers. And people just, they don't really care how they come back. They just really want them to come back. And I passed on an idea to them, which we discussed on stream, where I said, could you make it where, it's not really body, because it's not really protecting all that much. It's not like a full suit of power armor. So could we instead have it as like an exoskeleton kind of thing? And so the idea is that like they get the augmented special rules, so they don't need to have a loader for the LMGs, and then have it where if they have an active rift die, they get fast. So they're basically a step up. They're just like fast Volks Grenadiers, essentially. And they were like, that's quite interesting. We hadn't thought about that. So, but I found out one piece of information. And this is the piece of information that I think is what basically seals the deal. The Axis Stormtroopers were the best-selling kit from the old range by a country mile. By a country mile. And one of the guys who's fairly new to the business but has been hired in at quite a high up position was like, I didn't know about that. I didn't know about that little tidbit of information, that quite important bit of information, until some of the things already been settled on with the first PDF push for the Axis. And he said if I'd known that, I would have made sure they were in the release. But they're going to be but they're the best selling kit, so we need to have rules for them. So the Axis Stormtroopers, I think if there's anything that's going to change, any new unit that's going to come, I think the Axis Stormtroopers are going to come. And that's huge. They're my favorite unit. They're clearly a lot of people's favorite unit. They're just so obviously very fucking cool with the exoskeletons and the body armor and the Wolfenstein style gas masks. So yeah, they're definitely they're definitely on the cards. Couple of other little ones. The Odin and some of the other big mechs. There's a desire to get those over to plastic, and I mentioned this earlier. To get those to plastic. So plastic Odin was definitely one that I think is on the cards as well. And I had a good chat. So I had a good chat with them, and I said, obviously, one of the things is that, I know that Konflikt 47, you don't need as much to get a full army, and you know that. But someone looking at the game for the first time might not appreciate that. They might see, well, this is like a 40k price box, £37 for 9 guys. And they don't realize that that's like a third of their army in one box. So I said, one thing that I think would be, one of the great selling points of getting people in this game is you can tell them, look at all the action stuff, look how cheap that is. You can bring that over to Konflikt. And so I said, would it be possible to do just on the web store, maybe have like a rebranding on like the box or something, take like the German Grenadiers and put them in the Konflikt 47 part of the web store and be like, hey, look, you can get your Konflikt 47 infantry, your basic infantry, really cheaply. And they were like, they were like, they weren't, so they didn't say that was a good idea to everything I said. They were like, they don't want to produce 2 boxes for the same kit. Are you hearing that, GW? So what they said they would probably do is they would make it like a 24-man box. Dude, get some of the existing infantry, make it a 24-man box, but then put in an upgrade sprue. If they would, and this was just an idea, by the way. This is definitely not something which is on the cards. But this is an idea. And they were like, because we want to have the upgrade sprue is going to basically show a lot of the new technology bleeding through even to the rank and file troops. So that might, and then they'll come in the box and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I think so. But that last one was when we were just throwing some ideas around at the end of the day. So that one may not happen. But I personally think I actually think that's a really, really vital part of this, because you need to be able to point to someone needs to be able to come first box that they see on Konflikt 47 Warlord games, 24 blokes, 30 quid or whatever it is, 37 quid, and they go, hey, that's not 9 blokes the same price as 9 blokes from 40k. Even that's 24 blokes the same price as 10 blokes from 40k. And so I think I think it's something that would be very, very valuable. But I'm not Warlord Games, and obviously they know a lot more about this than me. And I said that, please, please dismiss everything that I could possibly say. Please dismiss all of it. It's not relevant. Okay, so that there's a lot more. I've got a few more bits. Some of them are big, some of them are little. Okay. So the giant plasma ball robot that they built for the display board? The one that we said was like Mecha Hitler's brain and all that kind of stuff. They've had so much feedback. From the community saying they want that model, that it's now not a question of if, it's a question of when. So it's going to be like the equivalent of being in the Titan Owners Club. It's going to probably be like made to order, you know what I mean? And it's going to be like, do you want to own the giant spider mech with the plasma ball on top? At some point, it's going to happen. Warlord Games going to give it to you. At some point, Warlord Games going to give it to you. They're going to make that available to purchase. It'll probably be made out of resin. So it really is going to be like a Titan. It's probably going to be made out of resin. that I don't think they've thought about anything in terms of what rules it's going to have. It may have no rules. You know, it may just be a centerpiece, display piece, fucking thing. But yeah, it may not be for a year. It may not be for 2 years. We don't know. But yeah, the general, it's a when, not an if now. That's the first thing. So then I've got a couple of bits from when I spoke to John Stallard. Now, I have an infinite amount of respect for John Stallard, so don't think I am throwing any shade at him whatsoever. He himself says that he has lots of ideas, and he often throws them around, and it's almost, and this is what he says, like, he'll have an idea and he'll say, like, I want you to make this product, and then his team will be like, yes, John. And then like a year later, 6 months later, like, have you started this yet? It's like, there's just another project in front of it, John. Do you know what I mean? They kind of have to, like, John's a big idea guy, and sometimes they have to rein him in a little bit. And so this is, so I'm saying, the reason I'm mentioning this is because there's a couple of bits that the next 2 bits I got from John, and these may be John's ideas that he really wants to happen, but they may not happen. Okay, but they very well may happen. So put these in the realm of rumors. Okay, rumors, ideas, desires. So John's a big fan of epic scale. He's a really, his favorite stuff is the epic stuff that they make. Epic Caesar, Epic Waterloo, Epic American Civil War, Epic War for Independence. And he said one of the tricks with the epic stuff is making it so, like, a sprue can represent both sides. So, like, in the American Civil War or Revolution War, I can't remember which one he said, you've got the same sprue, you just paint it a different color for each side, kind of thing. Because it's small scale, so you can kind of get away with that a little bit. But he said, so he said, sort of with that in mind, he said they definitely want to do epic Norman and Vikings. So that might be one that slightly appeals to the Americans, but that's one that really appeals to, I would say really appeals to the British. So, like, epic scale 1066 is something that Battle of Stamford Hill. That's something they're very, John's very interested in that. And epic scale Agincourt, he said that would be incredibly easy to do. So that's interesting. So those are 2 biggies, right? Those are 2 biggies. And then someone asked the question, what about epic scale bolt action? And his answer was, why not? And it does kind of, when you hear that, it does kind of make you start thinking about, so which would be insane. Which would be insane. But it does start making you think about this. So maybe things will happen. I don't know. Maybe things happen. I don't know. Right now, I would take that as a very, I take that as a rumor, as a big rumor. Yeah. So and I think it is important to mention that it really, really, really may not come to pass. It really may not come to pass. Warlord Game, I think this is a good point to reiterate this. Warlord Games are a small company. It's easy when you see a model, models like this, you see the quality of what they produce. It's really easy to forget that. Okay, it's really, really easy to forget that. So they will have a lot of ideas, but there's only so much resources that they have to make. All right. So maybe epic bolt action happens. Maybe epic K-47 happens. Maybe epic Normans and Vikings. Maybe epic Agincourt. But all we know for sure is that John likes epic and he wants to make more epic stuff. Both literally and figuratively. Okay. So, with that in mind, speaking of playing the game at different sizes, during the seminar, the Warlord Games Konflikt 47 team just dropped this in passing. And it was... I think this is a really, really, really fucking big deal. And I'm surprised that it got dropped in passing. But I think that may have been part of like, we'll just say this and then keep finishing our answer. Someone asked, someone asked a question and sort of drew an analogy to Trench Crusade. And then in part of their answer, Warlord Games says, and we will be doing a skirmish level Konflikt 47. So, Konflikt kill team confirmed. Which is fucking massive. Remember what Pete said. He wants this. This was in a seminar, so the public seminar. He wants this game to be as accessible as possible. Well, how do you make a game as accessible as possible? You do what Kill Team used to do, which they don't, which Kill Team does not do anymore. The biggest complaint of the new Kill Team is that it's just overcomplicated. The biggest complaint of the new Kill Team is they 40K-ified it. There's a video that got put out recently that's done very, very, very well. I'll find it for you. We'll be doing a reaction on it. But it's some guy being like, Kill Team used to be so... Kill Team used to have like... I used to have like 10 different Kill Teams, and now I can barely keep up with one. Yeah. So I think Konflikt Kill Team confirmed. Which is massive. Having your squad of Morazgul taking on maybe like a squad of Style Troopen or the new Japanese guys. Or a box of like 3 Ursus or something. We have no idea how it's going to work. But they were very emphatic. They didn't call it Konflikt Kill Team. I've called it that. They were like, we will be doing a skirmish of size of this game. And I was just like, wait. I wrote that down. I was like, no one else seemed to like react to it. And I was like, you guys understand this is like the biggest fucking deal. Like, we've just had Konflikt Kill Team confirmed. Like, you understand? Like, no, like that's the big scoop. That's the big scoop of the day. You know what I mean? That's the big scoop. Because how do you get people to try a new game? Hey, there's this whole game mode set up for these models where you buy one box and all you need to do is get people to look at these fucking things, right? Look at these fucking things. People just need a taste. All they need is a taste. And for some people, it will become the main game for them. Brilliant. For some people, it will be the gateway. Big question now, is it going to be Konflikt Kill Team? Or is it going to be Konflikt Necromunda? Daughters of the Motherland Kill Team. Yeah. Yeah, is it going to be a campaign? Is it going to be... So that's the big question. I mean, Konflikt Kill Team is a brilliant idea. Konflikt Necromunda is... Whoa, you know? That is something else. And that is something... Like... what? Konflikt kill team, as Flycast has said, it's very easy. Konflikt Net Commander, maybe. But I think Konflikt kill team is 100%. Now, I have a couple of other little bits, and we're almost done now. We are getting to the end. We are getting to the end. I got 3 more bits. So the first bit is I asked, are there any riff weapons we've not seen yet? Like, we know that the rail cannon and the grav gun and the ZP guns, they all existed in the old version and they've been remastered in the new version. But is there any new? And the answer is yeah. They wouldn't tell me what. And they were like, it's not just weapons though. And I was like, you got to give me something. And he went, okay. Well, the Japanese have been experimenting with phase technology. And I was like, yeah. He went, well, they might, use that to hop around. Now, we knew that with the ghost troops. So I wonder if there's an implication that might be with other units. Or maybe Pete was just being like, look at the fucking ghost troops. But yeah, that the rift weapons we have seen are not the only rift weapons. And the repulsor lift technology and stuff like that, that is not the... we have not seen the full scope of the madness. And I think a big thing that they were like, we've not seen the full scope of the genetic mutations and monstrosities that people can come up with. So, I mean, Ghost Walker Mound would be pretty big, wouldn't it? Yeah. So that was that. Then I don't know. I'm not going to say who told me this, because I don't want to get anyone in trouble. I'm not even sure I should tell you this, but I'm going to tell you this because I wasn't told I wasn't allowed to say it, and if I'm not told I'm not allowed to say it, I'm going to say it. The Germans are not the only people who are going to get access to Mark II power armor. In fact, every nation is going to get Mark II power armor. At some point, every nation is going to develop it. Who knows who's going to get there? The Germans got there first. We don't know who's going to get there. First with the Style Trooping. We don't know who's going to get there. Second, third, fourth, fifth. We don't know. But the other factions have noticed the Style Trooping, and they want that shit for themselves. Yeah. We're not talking Mark II in terms of, like, to be clear, Duke Exeter, we're not talking Mark II, because the Soviet Mark II power armor is still heavy power armor grade 1. When I say Mark II, I should be saying grade 2 augmented. So everyone's going to be getting grade 2 power armor. Yeah. And that was the last big scoop. However, there was one other thing that was worth mentioning, and this did get reiterated to me quite strenuously, and it was something that I was. They said if there's one, they didn't ask. I want to make something clear. Warlord at no point asked me to direct. They said we're going. This is. At no point have Warlord told me to, like, shill this, sell that, or anything like that, push this. Warlord Games took me around and said, take as many pictures as you want and talk about everything you want today. Everything today you can talk about. If there's any little bits that, we'll tell you in confidence, we can't, if there's any little bits we don't want you to talk about, we'll tell you. All right? But other than that, anything we talk about today is good. But one thing they did ask me to emphasize quite strongly was that they wanted people to know that the old models were still compatible with the game. Now, obviously, there's, because I think they are Konflikt 47 relaunched version 2, whatever you want to call it, is obviously designed to. They're stepping things up, and they're obviously wanting to attract. They want to attract new customers into the game. Okay, they want to attract new customers in the game, but they're also acutely aware that the game wouldn't be where it is now without those people that supported it during the early years. They even said, one of the guys even said to me, we actually really liked when you sort of made that analogy to like, it's like Heresy version 1 when it was all the resin years and stuff. And they know that they know that whilst the Konflikt 47 community like wasn't the largest, that it was a community that really did support the game, and it's the reason it's here now, kind of thing. So they wanted to emphasize that people's, they're not what that they want people to be emphasized that people's existing models will come over to the new game. Not everything will be perfect, and they have said, look, we know that there's a few people that want their Grizzlies to still be Grizzlies to be able to still in the Brits, but we're kind of like, we're starting to make the factions feel a bit more distinct. So that's like one area where they have made a conscious decision. They'll keep an eye on it, and if enough people want Brit Grizzlies, maybe they'll reevaluate that position. But for now, it's like Grizzlies go to the Americans, Percivals go to the Brits, okay? But other than that, and then obviously there's the thing with like the Axis shock troopers, that they thought, could they not just be used as like, like maybe like Volks, like Volks Grenadiers? But they've had so many people come back to them and say, look, we want these back properly. So there's a couple of areas where, they've made a few decisions, but by and large, they really wanted to emphasize that the new models are still totally valid in the game. We're not replacing anyone's old miniatures with new miniatures, and then the old miniatures are no longer compatible. That's not what they're doing. And that the old miniatures still are absolutely, if you're an old grognard who supported this game up to this point, then as much as possible, with a few exceptions, but as much as possible, they want you to know that your existing collection will come over into the new game. But long story short, they're not just trying to farm. They're not just trying to farm and bring in new customers. They want to know that the existing player base is they're very grateful to them. They're respectful to them, and they want them to come along with this journey as well. So, I said I said, okay, I have no issue with mentioning that whatsoever, and yeah, so that was it. That and they just said, look, just try and remind people we are a small company, so we will get to everything, but it might take some time. So yeah, there you go. And I think that's Warlord. I think Warlord Games is doing a good. I think they know there's a lot of hype around this game. I think that they can see the hype is building and building and building. But it's also very important. You don't want to do, what is it, like a Stefan Molyneux with all the fucking Civilization games where do a No Man's Sky where you promise the world and then it just doesn't deliver. I think what they're very conscious of is they want people to be really excited for the game, but they also want to make sure that they are, managing people's expectations in a small way. They're very much not trying to stifle anyone's flair, but they are like, we are a small company, and so things will take a bit longer than what you might be used to with other companies, for example, but it will get there. And also, like they said, they wanted to make sure that everyone knew that if you're an existing person, as much as possible, they want to accommodate you over. There might be a couple of bits, but it won't be anything. Hopefully, it won't be anything major. So there you go. And again, it was I think it was a really just a very human. It was a very human thing, and so I was happy to say it. Yeah. So there you go. That is basically it, though. That is basically it. Long story short, in summary, Konflikt 47 has, I think Konflikt 47 is really fucking good. That's what the summary is. And the rules are really fucking good. And the models, the fucking models are stepping up. Okay? And Warlord is fucking on it. And they are going to be expanding this. And they are putting so much into this. And they are going to be expanding it and supporting it. This is not a flash in the pan. You know, this is not a one and done. They're like, this is a game that we want to really, really carry forward. And, well, I think they've fucking nailed it. I think they've absolutely bloody nailed it. And, every single time I learn about something new for Konflikt 47, every single time, I get more hyped. You know, I get more hyped. It's just, you know, it's just so fucking good. It's just so fucking good. So yeah, but let me know what you guys think. Let me know, you know, basically, I mean, if I was to do a proper summary, Konflikt's really good. Loads of new models are coming. Warlord's stepping up. They're clearly learning lessons from their past. They're clearly learning lessons from within the industry. They're clearly in touch with, you know, what is needed in a modern game system. And they're clearly in touch with things that they know can annoy customers. So they're trying to avoid that. And I think I have just such incredible confidence in this game right now. I think this is a game changer. I think this is an industry game changer. And I cannot say this enough. I'm really, really excited to see where this goes. And I'm not exaggerating here, boys, when I say I think this is going places now. I don't think there's any doubt about it. Talking to the team, you know, seeing the way they talk about the game, I think this is a big deal. And it might take, you know, maybe it'll explode. Maybe it will grow steadily. But there is now truly, there's another sci-fi game which is, I think Player 2 has entered the game. Yeah. It's so fucking cool. Let's fucking do it, boys. I'm ready. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Gonna tidy up a few tabs and stuff. And then I think we're all gravy. All right. Okay, boys. So, got a super chat coming from Cosmic. Cosmic, thank you for super chat. Won a game against Votan. What did I miss? Pitch or discussion. Cosmic, you missed an entire 4-hour stream, so I'm not going back over it. You heard the summary. You heard the summary, Cosmic. That's what you're getting. That's what you're getting. All right, let's have a look, Cosmic. Yeah, summary is Konflikt's really good, and the Siberian territories look amazing. Let's have a look. Hey, it is his Imperial Guard. Yeah. man. Yeah, baby. Hey, those Voman look cool. It does, Cosmic, it does seem like you are developing a bit of a history of beating the shit out of the Space Dwarves. I swear this is like the second Voton army that I've seen you play against and beat them. Is that a fucking Malgador? No, it's Tankatera. It looked like Malgador for a second. Nice. Platoons of infantry. Platoons of infantry. Waves of tanks. I think these are the same pictures again, aren't they? No? Maybe? I think these, from here onwards, I think we're good. I think some of these are the same. I think that one's different. And that one's different. Yeah. There you go. Cosmic, fantastic game, man. Looks like you. It actually just looks like you gave those fucking dwarves an absolute fucking pasting, mate. I do have a Malgador defender in that list. Oh, cool. Or were you just saying in general you own the model? Yeah. Cosmic, I'd say that game looked really fun. Looked like you had some interesting terrain, interesting armies, waves of infantry, waves of tanks, the guardway. Yeah. Don't worry, mate. My upload was being weird earlier today. It might be a Discord thing. I think I had bad signal, but I still think it might be a bit of a Discord thing. Yeah. Cosmic. Okay. I'll give you a summary. Here's the summary. Okay? Here's the summary. All right? Look at these pictures. Here you go. This is the summary. Knife hand. By Konflikt 47 is basically the summary. Yeah. Well, I guess I'll work on my fireflies tonight. Yes. Cosmic. Absolutely. We've not even got to the best bit, Cosmic. These are all just the little bits. We're going to get to the best bit now. New Japanese. Yes, the new Scorpion Walker. New Ghost Troops. That's a new turret for the tank. That's the tank with the heavy cannon. That's the new Soviet Walker, the most Soviet-looking unit ever created. More Soviet than what the Soviets actually made. That's the new ZP turret for the Soviets. Fucking big Command & Conquer Tiberian Sun Disruptor vibes. Plastic automated infantry. Warlord resin, so Cyocast, to be clear, not traditional resin. This is like the sort of microplastic injection molding stuff. New Ursus. And then just the absolute money shot, which I've been showing off all night. The absolute money shot. Look at these motherfuckers. Yeah. New Galahads. The Percy with its big belly Tesla and Piat launchers and the Humber armored car. I love how the Humber is just... Someone at Warlord must just fucking love the Humber because it's absolutely everywhere these days. Mark II automated infantry, absolute fucking mega chonk boys. And then this is some of the old stuff, but just on display. And then there's a few other bits, Cosmic, but that's basically it. In summary, I don't know, how are the eyes done under the netting, man? How are the eyes? Look. They must paint the eyes on first and then, like, Or maybe the netting is something you stick over. I don't think it is. You paint the eyes on first, and then you sort of just a few lines. I don't know, but it's so good. Warlord Games may not be able to paint a Soviet eyeball to save their life, but they can. Well, a bolt action eyeball to save their life, but they can definitely paint one of these ones. It is painted on. It's not LEDs. It's not LEDs. Yeah. It's so fucking good, isn't it? I'm gonna have so many of these motherfuckers. I wish it was LEDs, man. Yeah. So yeah, guys. The floor is open. Questions? I'll take any and all questions from the floor. Some of the stuff I might not be able to answer. Some of the stuff might be stuff that you missed, but if I just for until the question, not until the questions run out per se, but any questions? Any questions? Any thoughts? Oh, so when Mecha Hitler? No, this actually came up. No, really good question, Cosmic. So, one of the things that they said is they have had a few people say, "Oh, it's a bit of a shame that like the the Nazis have gone away," and not in that way, but they've had that feedback where it's like, we kind of, that's a big lore shift from the old lore to the new lore. And what they've basically said is they said they absolutely could see there being holdouts, those who are true believers in the old regime versus true believers in the new regime. So whilst the main lore is going to focus on the Green Vault, they said if you're a player who is interested in, and I said, we had a bit of a joke on chat about, there's going to be on live stream about there being some holdouts that have got a bit of like Hitler's mustache hair, and they're going to like use that to clone him. And they went, that's a brilliant idea. That's hilarious. We probably won't make it like a lore thing, but if someone built an army around that, that would be really cool. They wouldn't be against that at all. So yeah, basically, they have said it is obviously not out of the realms of possibility that there would be original regime holdouts. People that are maybe biding their time, and then if the opportunity presents itself, the Green Vault overthrew them, they might overthrow the Green Vault. But they're not saying that's going to happen, like that's going to be a specific story. They're saying that they have left enough room in the universe. They've left enough room in the universe for the players to have that creative freedom. And I think that's very important. They're not prescribing to you. So, if you're someone that wants to collect a Nazi holdout, maybe some of the people that, really were like true believers in the SS, then that is not going to be a main faction, but if you create that would fit within the scope of the universe for your personal army kind of thing, which is a good way of doing it. They're gonna have stories they want to tell, but they need to leave room for you to tell the stories you want to tell. And they said it's also going to be the same on the home front with the Americans. Like, not every American is going to buy into FDR being a divine being. There will definitely be people who are not into that in any way, shape, or form. 100%. So they've left scope. They've left a lot of scope open for us, the players, to homebrew our lore, and they've left the world open enough for that. And that's a very conscious decision that they've made. Yeah. The other thing they said, I think this is quite important. They said the old. It sounds kind of crazy, but the goal with this game is it would be absolutely perfect if there was an epic moment in a game with your buddies, and 20 years later you still talk about that epic moment in the game. That's what they want this game to try and do on the battlefield. And as someone who has played a couple of games of Konflikt now, I do think they've nailed that. I will never forget the first time I'll never forget the first time that I underestimated the Totem Core and why won't you die? Why would you die? You know, I'll never forget that epic moment. Yeah. So, yeah. So that's the that's what they want with it. Any other questions or anything? Any other questions? Zumal been playing it for a bit now, and it's been a dream. It's such a dream. Yeah, it's such a fucking dream. Yeah. It's addictive, man. This game is so fucking addictive. It's so fucking addictive. Oh, man. Yeah. Space King 3 released? I'll have to check that out. Yeah, for sure. Super America is just one step closer to Super Earth. I mean, exactly. Yeah. The whole world will be united under the red, white, and blue. Oswald, is the Soviet box coming soon, and do you know what will be in it? So I don't know what will be in the Soviet box, but my understanding is that like everything that you guys have seen here today is on pre-order on Monday. So that would probably include starter armies. So that was my understanding. If that doesn't happen, there could be a miscommunication, or maybe Warlords change something slightly. But my understanding is, Monday. I think it was originally going to be today, but maybe I think that was a miscommunication where them saying you can talk about stuff straight away on the day kind of thing, rather than, but yeah, I think my understanding is that there will be a starter army for Soviets, British, Japanese, and all the models that you guys have seen today will be available for pre-order on Monday. That's my understanding. This is a really good point to mention, actually. My understanding, again, this is my understanding of the situation. Please take this with a grain of salt, but my understanding of the situation is that they did not want to release things like 1 month at a time. My understanding is they wanted to have everything going pretty fucking quickly. So I think there's an element of that to being, let's make the game accessible. I think there's an element of that of, hey, let's not have a codex cycle. Let's see what happens if we don't have a codex cycle. But remember, the number one mission was make the game accessible. Make the game, that's not like making the game accessible by dumbing the rules down. If you guys have read the Konflikt 47 rules, you will see they are not dumbed down in any way, shape, or form. They're just very well written. It's just a tight rule set. But when they say accessible, they mean like they don't want someone to go, I want to collect the Soviets, and then it's like, oh well, you can't. Oh man, I want to play with all these models, but I only want things in like resin. I don't want like metal. It's like, yeah, don't worry, that's sorted. That's the kind of accessibility that they're talking about. Not a, hey, look, let's make this game so that everything's really too fucking easy to. Yeah, it's yes, Mad Larkin. They want to make the game accessible, logistically speaking. Yeah. Duke Exeter, did they mention anything about the law of Konflikt 7? Like anything about future campaign books for Konflikt 7? Yes. They will absolutely be doing campaign books. 100%. They want the campaign, but the campaign books are going to be, they're very much going to be about telling stories. So I don't think, I want to make something clear. I don't think these campaign books are going to be like must buy supplements. I don't think that's what we're getting at here. They are going to be, let's explain a bit more about what's happening in this part of the world of Konflikt 47. Santa thematic, is the Heshruken and Wotan the old kit in the new box, or are they plastics? So right now they are the old kits in the new boxes, but there is definitely a desire to get them into plastic ASAP. So that ASAP might mean a year or two. You know, or we're talking months, not days and weeks, okay? But there is definitely a desire that this stuff will, you know, plastics, okay? So it's one of those where, you know, if you want to buy one like now, you can do. It'll be in the new box, as you know, and you, or you can, you know, wait for the plastic one, kind of thing. You know, I'm sure Warlord, on the one hand, they, you know, don't want you to wait because obviously they want you to buy the models, of course, makes sense. But on the other hand, you know, I think it's gonna be a case of, hey, are you the kind of person that can't wait because you're like, hey, maybe it's not coming for like a year, you know, get a resin one kind of thing. You know it's coming, but get, you know, in the meantime, you know, no point in waiting a year. You might as well buy one and play with it in that year. Do you know what I mean? But there'll be some people that will be like, oh, I'll just chill, I'll wait for a year. You know, you've got to have options for both people, and that's what they've done. They know that some people are the kind of people that will just wait and see and have the patience of a saint, and some people are like me and they have to have it all now. I'm an instant gratification fast food culture kid, so I want the resin one. Yeah. So yeah, GX awesome. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Yeah. So stories first. They might stories first, basically. Commando Shell, it's already, I have these shirts. Can I just get a total upgrade? They do sell some separate turrets. I think that they already sell some separate turrets. So maybe they will. I don't know. Okay, I don't know. But and so, you know, I'm not gonna say maybe. I'm not gonna say it's a possibility. I'm not gonna say anything and lead you on. I'm gonna be honest with you. So I don't know if they're gonna make a Tesla turret upgrade. Maybe they will. Maybe they won't. I don't know. What have we got here? Zamals, I'd say a safe bet is a Plastic American Bruin Grizzly Kodiak kit. I mean, they want as much in plastic as possible. Like, it might take a while, but that's the direction it's going in. Yeah, that's the direction it's going in. Like, they want that. What I think very much the plan is, and I have no idea, but the plan is, hey, look, here's a wave. That wave makes money. Okay, now let's take a bunch of old stuff that's in resin and make it in plastic. And then let's do that again. And then, let's make a whole new unit. But, you know, I think there's a real big push is they know they've got a bunch of really cool units already and a whole bunch of really cool concepts already. And they know that the big barrier is that people would buy the Siberian Terror Troops if they didn't look like ass and were made out of plastic. Oh, look. Because I think they know that the existing Konflikt 47 player base is probably going to be, you know, that's not fair to the existing Konflikt 47 player base. And I don't want to put words in Warlord's mouth. I don't work for Warlord. There's going to be a lot of new players coming into this who won't have the old models. And so for them, being able to get the old concept, which is a good concept, people love the concept, but get it in models that look this good, it's a no-brainer. Yeah. When are the plastic Paragons? I think the Paragons will come in Warlord resin first, Cosmic. I don't know. I have no idea. But I think they'll probably come in Warlord resin first. And Warlord, when I say Warlord resin, we're not talking traditional resin. We're talking the micro plastic injection molding Cyocast stuff. So I think they'll come in. I don't know, but I think you'll definitely get them. I mean, again, I can only reiterate, it's plastics. That's what they want. Yeah. Should you batch paint your K-47 models or paint them all one at a time? I think it depends on the model. I think you want to batch paint infantry because you always want to batch paint infantry, but I think you want to paint individually mechs, monsters, and characters. Yeah. What else have we got? Zoom out. I see tank add-ons like hover pads, legs, turrets will stay in resin and you add them to plastic kits we have now, but all the mechs will roll out as plastic as seen with the linebacker tank. Yes, I think that's the plan. Yeah. I want Sketchy Mon. I have a bunch of models from the Dust Tactics 1947 game. I love this rule set, so I will use those models in the game. It'll work really well. Yep, that's perfect. Yeah. Commander HHL, I just dumped a lot of money on Warhammer, but end of next month, I'm going to order all the walkers. You heard, all the walkers. Bring me all of the walkers you have. No, hang on. What I'm worried you heard is bring me a lot of walkers. But what I actually said is bring me all of the walkers you have. That is so you. Yeah. That is so you. Commander HHL, yeah. Commander HHL, I'm done with GW now. It's okay. They said I wouldn't be missed. I think there's a lot of people that feel like that. And I don't think it's just, I mean, there's this perception that it's only old players that won't be missed. But we got a lot of people. We got a lot of people in this community who started in 10th and have already been like, fuck this shit. So, yeah, I think it's not only old players which have been told they won't be missed. I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. Yeah. Yeah. And hey, remember what we said before. Remember what we said though before. Okay? And I think this has to be reiterated again and again and again. You get into this game for whatever reason you want to. But this game is good because it's good. The models are good because they're good. The rules are good because they're good. The vibe is good because the people care. This game is not good because it's not GW. This game is good on its own two legs. It doesn't need to stand on any other game to prove its worth. And whilst it's very, very natural to be disaffected from Warhammer 40k, it is very, very natural. I think that Konflikt is a game that will do well, whether 40k does well or not. I think that's true. I think it's only natural that you're going to have a lot of people that might become interested in it because they're disaffected. But I think Konflikt is a game that will do well. No matter what GW does, I think it will do well. I touch wood, I hope. Because it's a game that is fundamentally built on stone. Yeah. When you guys get your first, when you guys get your first taste of this, you're going to be addicted. You're going to be addicted. It's a truly well-designed, modern sci-fi war game. And when I say modern, I don't mean modern like woke or anything like that. I mean modern as in like the mechanics are modern. Yeah. Because you got to be careful because people like modern audience, the immersion, all that kind of stuff. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, no, this game is built on stone, boys. It's got good foundations. Yeah. Very solid. Yeah, Ozroth. I've had a taste, and it's good. Ozroth, I have a question for you, man. How many of the new Siberian Terror Troops are you going to buy? If the answer isn't yes, I'll be disappointed. No, on a serious note, Ozroth. Out of everything you've seen today for the Soviets, the Terror Troops, the new Ursus, the Soviet ZP, and the Molot, which has tickled your fancy the most? I know you probably like, I want all of it. So I'm presuming you like all of it, but what's tickled your fancy the most? Konflikt Drew. So this game's like getting bummed in the butt, but getting the reach around. Yeah. Konflikt 47 has the goddamn common courtesy to give you a reach around. Yeah. Mad Larkin, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that I sell a ton of my GW product. I will keep 3D printing stuff, but if it's unbuilt, I'm considering listing it. I mean, my advice to you, buddy, would be play a few games of Konflikt. And then make that decision, because you don't want to maybe sell a bit of it if you want to fund the Konflikt, something like that. But yeah, if you're being sensible, I'd say play a bit of Konflikt, make sure it's the game for you. It will be. I mean, unless something's horribly wrong and I've massively misjudged your character, it will be. But and then if you're like, yeah, fuck this, I'm out, and sell the GW stuff and come over to absolutely. But I'm being sensible. Nostalgia, my K47 Axe is my second largest down by point. It's about 100 points behind my CSM. 6,075 for CSM to 5,970 for Axes. That's so cool, mate. That's so cool. And you started playing Axes about a fucking month ago. Just so much cheaper to play bot action. Yeah. That King Tiger is 500 points, and a Baneblade costs over 100. A King Tiger costs 30 from a third-party retailer. 26, 24. Yeah. Nostalgia Vivek, Element Glory. How doable do you think? Like a white Russian army would be? Oh, 100%. 110% would you have people that want to restore the Tsar to the throne. There's always that rumor that one of the Tsar's like sons got away. He would have grown up by this point. That kind, again, Nostalgia Vivek, that there is scope in this game, in this world, for you to do that. I don't know if Warlord Games will ever do a Return of the Tsar supplement. I have no idea. That's not a hint. I have no idea. But there's nothing in terms of like, would that be a thing that could possibly happen? Like, would that be a thing that could, within the realms of this universe, happen? Absolutely. Maybe they found the graves and they've got a bit of his DNA and they want to bring him back as like a clone. And they're trying to like, use the spy network to they're like spies within the spy network that are trying to like get the totem core technology. Maybe it's his long lost maybe it's his like the son that survived that's making a comeback. But yeah, no, absolutely. And you could really easily justify it with how many people has Stalin been sending to these science cities? That's going to disaffect a lot of people. How many people are going to maybe be turned into horrible mutants, but you know they don't die from them, but they're not usable, so the Soviets cast them out, and then they find I gave my life to the Union, they threw me away. They're disaffected. They could definitely go over. How many soldiers saw their comrades torn limb from limb, and the beloved Soviet Union just they're just like, why the fuck are we fighting for? Why the fuck am I still running around with a Mosin Nagant and I'm going up against people with STGs and power armor? Like, what the fuck is going on here? I'm not my government just can't even give me a decent gun. Like, I'm not dying for this shit. So there's loads of ways you could there's loads of the ways that you could justify it in universe, and there is absolutely, beyond a shadow of a doubt, the universe is designed so that you can tell your stories. It's like old school Warhammer 40k. These are your dudes. These are your dudes. These are your stories which you get to tell. It's that simple. It's that simple. Osroth, I need bears with hammers, so I'll get the new ones, and the T-34, and the new Walker, and a box of the new Gold. Nice. I mean, yeah, you need 5 T-34s, right? I mean, that's just a scientific fact. I mean, one more couldn't hurt, Yeah. There you go. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Will you be playing Sex with Stalin / Hitler to get ready? I mean, yes, but not on stream. Yes, but not on stream. If I do it on stream, I get banned for life off this platform, which I would quite like to continue talking to you guys. In my own personal time, hey, baby. A man's house is his own private castle, and my house comes with an inbuilt masturbatorum. There we go. All right. Any last questions? Thoughts? Feelings? Contemplating the follies of mankind? I give you guys a couple more minutes, and then to get some questions in, and then we'll wrap up. But I've just got a bit tired towards the end of the stream, guys. But just understand that I've been so excited to talk to you about this. I've been running on. I've only had about 3 hours sleep. I've only had about 5 hours sleep every night this week. I only had 3 hours sleep last night. So if I've suddenly gone from super hype to, it's because I was running on excitement for this stream, and now I need rest. But when you guys ask me a question, I get excited again, so you can keep it going that way. T-Bane, I missed a lot of the stream. Was there any word on other factions getting some augmented power armor? In time, every faction will have access to augmented armor. We don't know who's going to get it first. We don't know what it's going to look like. All we know is that the Germans got there first, but they won't be the only ones to get there. Yeah. So, in time. We don't know if that... I mean, I think my understanding was that... And to be clear here, my understanding is that, for example, with the British, they've got the automated blokes, the automated Mark IIs. That didn't count. Like, there was going to be... That's something that happens to be damage 7, but that's not power armor. So, yeah. Mad Larkin. Oh, I have a feeling it won't stop growing. Mad Larkin, I have to say, I have... it's great to see you hyped for this game, man. I know you've been, like, semi-hyped, But I think it's just the same as I think it's the same as myself. Like as the game has gone on, more and more hype. You know, the more that we've seen from this game, the more that it's been the more the hype train's been rolling. Yeah. I didn't ask, and I think it probably would have been inappropriate to ask, but I was very tempted to. I was like, I wanted to ask. So, like, you know, I'm not even going to mention it in the stream. Do you know why? Because it's fucking Peptember. It's Peptember. And I have a new mindset, and my mindset is I am conflict confirmed. So I'm not even gonna say the shit on GW thing. David from Kusha, what do you want them to add into the game? Oh, so from a tools in the toolbox point of view, and I am going to avoid using the term balance because I think that's not the angle I'm coming at here. From a tools in the toolbox kind of view, I would like to see some kind of rift-based anti-tank for the Soviets. Now, whether that be a rift-based gun, whether that be a new mech that's got loads of fists, that's good. Like, we've seen a lot of mechs that have got like 2 arms and 2 legs, or 4 legs, or 6 legs, or even 4 arms with 2 legs. 4 legs with 2 arms, like with the Scorpion mech. But you know, the Soviets could have one where they've got it's got 2 legs and 4 arms, and the idea is it just fucking fists people. It just pulls tanks apart. Do you know what I mean? So it doesn't have to be a gun. But I feel like a gap in the Soviet toolbox right now is tanks. Is anti-tank. And I don't really mind what form that is taken, but I would like that. I think that would be a nice tool for the Soviets to have. We're not talking something that's necessarily on the scale of a rail cannon, because the rail cannon there should be nothing that is better at long range anti-tank than the rail cannon. That should be the king. Always be the king. Yeah. So I think giant bears with giant hammers. So the giant bears with giant hammers are decent at anti-tank, but they're not like, you know, they're all right. They're all right anti-tank. They're fine. But if the tank's at the end of the day, if the tank's moving very quickly, it's still hard for them to hit it. Yeah. So it'll be interesting. What else would I want them to see add in? I guess I'm looking forward to the grade 2 power armor. Shouldn't really call it Mark 2 because that kind of confuses the Soviets. But yeah, I'm interested in the grade 2 power armor for every faction. And for me, I want the Axis Stormtroopers to come back, but I think that's going to happen now. I've been very, very strenuous about that. And I've passed on from the community that you guys want that shit as well. I continue to look forward to them adding more weird shit into the game. Like, not, you know, sometimes it can be monsters. I mean, more monsters would be kind of cool. But yeah, no, mostly I would say some kind of Soviet Rift anti-tank and the Mark II power armor. I think that would be cool as fuck. Yeah. Can you see the day they introduce Super Heavies? I mean, Super Heavies already exist. Darren, they already exist. That's what the Mammoth and what the Mammoth is for the Soviets, what the Thor and Wotan are for the Germans. And technically, the Churchill Meteor is it for the British, but they want a Walker. You know what? That's what it is. I want a super heavy Walker for the British as well. Yeah. I mean, in Konflikt 47, you can take a super heavy Walker, which has got armor 11, and then you can give it reinforcement armor, so it's armor 12, and it's probably the only thing that can realistically shrug off a rail cannon shot. Yeah. Chris K, thank you for the super chat, man. Question in Discord. Let's have a look, mate. I was just about done with another batch of Cajun shock troops. Before I start my next project, I've decided to up my base game. On a side note, how does one offer a tribute of various flag items to the Mordian glory? Well, wow, those are cool as fuck. Yeah, up your base game. That's cool as fuck. If you want to send me something, I've got my postcode in the every video description, so you can send something to there, and then if you let me know, I'll go and pick it up. It might take me a week or two to go and pick it up, just because I have to go to a PO box, and I'm pretty busy a lot of the time. But that's one way. It is important to mention that, I will get the item. I will obviously open it on stream, and I'll be very, very, very grateful. But I can't guarantee I'm going to use it straight away or even particularly soon. I always endeavor to use things that are sent to me, but sometimes it might be I don't get a chance to use it for like 6 months. Sometimes not even, sometimes even longer. So it's one of those where I'm not trying to put you off, but I also want to set your expectations, because I would never want anyone to be disappointed. Yeah. And that's just something that I've learned over the, because real talk moment here. I would rather, I wouldn't want someone to send something to me and be disappointed, and I don't want to be greedy and be like, yes, send me shit, send me all the shit, because that is just being greedy. So yeah, I'd rather set your expectations, and then you can decide if it's something you want to do or not. Yeah, and then you can be like, oh, I don't really mind, I'll just send Mordy this, it'll be kind of cool to open on stream, and maybe I'll use it in 6 months. Fantastic. Or if you're like, well, actually, I'm not going to spend all this money if Mordian might not even use it. And that's totally okay, by the way. Don't feel like, oh, I've mentioned I'm sending it to them now, I have to send it. It's totally okay. I'm not trying to put you off. I'm not trying to put you on. I want you to have your eyes wide open so you can make the decision. And that's just being fair. It's fair for both of us. All right. Beware the British Post is evil. Has been trying to stop me for years. That is true. They do fucking hate Cosmic. I swear at one point they were just like, it's this motherfucker again. Cosmic Drew. So the British are making Daleks. I mean, Ironside. Well, I think at one point Warlord Games did make all the models for the Doctor Who miniatures game. So they used to sell little miniature Daleks. And I actually saw someone who made an entire Necron army out of Daleks, with the Daleks being the Necron warriors, for example. So, technically they already own the models, Cosmic. Technically. All right. Let's have a look here. T-Bane, at Modern Glory, I think every faction would benefit from more access to the Rift stuff, i.e. us with more Tesla and Brits and more AI. So I think that's definite. I think as the game develops, you'll see more Rift stuff, because it's to represent that the Rift has only been open for at this point the Rift has only been open for 2 to 3 years, and they've already managed to develop some decent stuff out of it, but it's like a really quick turnaround, like R&D wise, from what the fuck is this to let's make a Tesla gun. So I think they definitely want to show people the nations exploring the Rift more and more, and harnessing its power in ever increasingly bonkers ways. Well, maybe not necessarily ever increasingly bonkers ways, but in more ways. Yeah. David, I'd like to see an upgrade through for the regular infantry rift weapons or the US assault rifle. That's been mentioned. Yeah, so I mentioned this. I don't know for sure, but I think they're going to make a Konflikt 47 basic infantry box set. So it will probably when I was chatting to Pete about this, who's the head of the Konflikt 47 team, I feel like this is a general concept they're throwing around at the moment. Maybe he was being a bit more, maybe he's keeping his cards close to his chest. But I think the idea was it would be 24 infantry and an upgrade sprue, rather than the usual sort of, so rather than 30 bolt action infantry that you get from bolt action, you would get 24. So you drop one sprue out that box and then add an upgrade sprue in. And the whole point of the upgrade sprue would be to show the rift technology starting to like filter down into the guys. So in terms of like extra equipment that they can get. But don't take that as gospel. Take that as that's something they're thinking about. Rev, what happens when 12 regular infantry charge a lone hero with luck and the hero kills 2 guys and stays alive with luck? So, I don't know. But what I understand is the how the combat would work is you would charge in. If you only did 1 wound to the hero and then he got back and then he survived using luck, then I think you would probably lose the combat. But I think if you did 2 wounds, then what would happen is it's about the number of, is it about the number of wounds or the number of casualties caused? I feel like if he dies, he dies. Like, so if you only do 1 wound to him and he passes on luck, then you probably lose the combat and they surrender. If you do 2 wounds to him, he'll use 1 luck point, then he'll die, then you'll win the combat because he's dead. So, yeah, I think it comes down to if someone's got a luck point, try and do more than 1 wound to him. Yeah. More than 1 damage to him. Yeah. That's probably the way. Heroes are tough in this game, but they're very expensive. I mean, fucking hell, 160 points for a hero is mental. Yeah. It's more expensive than the Lord Solar, But yeah. Rev, wound stack. So, I'll have a look, mate. I'll have a look for you.
Infantry, sir.
Good
I don't think the
mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
I don't think so. That's not how I would play it. Maybe it needs clarification. That's not how I would play it. Like, you don't just go, oh, well, you did 4 wounds to me, so I'll die on the first one and the other 3 go away. Yeah, that seems a bit wank. That's not how I would do it. Close assault. 86. I mean, Anonymous, you could probably... Anonymous, you put 4 different coloured dice in the dice bag and you draw them out the dice bag and you've got a... there's no... oh, whose turn is it next? It's which dice comes out the bag next. So yeah, 1v1, V1, 4-player FFA, Konflikt 47, you literally change no rules about the game, and it accommodates it. It's a great question, though. It's a great question. You could have 5 players in one game, and you obviously have to figure out where people's deployments were going to be. You have to figure out where people's deployments are going to be, but you can have 5 players in one game and just put the dice in the dice bag and draw them out. That's the beauty of the dice bag. It's a very good mechanic. Right. Both of the attackers and defenders roll to damage the enemy simultaneously. The units in combat normally make 1 assault attack per model, but some weapons and special rules might confer additional attacks, as there is no taking cover from a hand grenade blast, bayonet thrust, or point blank shot. All close quarters attacks against other infantry or artillery crews hit automatically and allow no cover saves. Instead, simply proceed straight to rolling for damage. Damage is rolled in the same way as for shooting, see page 68. If any models in either unit carry assault weapons, their penetration bonus apply in close quarters. Several rift units also have skills or rift enhancements that give their attacks a pen value in close quarters. Pin markers have no effect in close quarters and are ignored for the duration of the fight. All the models from both sides fight at the same time before moving casualties from both sides. Controlling players picks models from which the side that has caused the most casualties is the winner. The losing unit is immediately destroyed and removed. Any survivors are assumed to have been taken prisoner, running for their lives, hiding, or playing possum, and are treated as casualties. If If one side is wiped out during the combat, it is itself the loser, and the other side wins regardless of the number of casualties suffered. Winners must be alive. Okay, so let's go over to page 68. Roll to damage. The firing player discards all of the dice that scored a miss. They then pick up the d6 scored, hit roll again to see if the target suffers damage. Again, it is wise to roll the different weapon types separately. The score needed to inflict a casualty depends on the damage value of the target, as shown in the tables to the right. Weapons with penetration bonus add modifiers, allowing for a score greater than 7, as described. On page 74, regardless of any modifiers that apply, a roll of 1 is always a failure. Okay, so you roll the damage. Okay. No cover, please. Target takes casualties. For every die that scored damage and was not saved, the target unit loses one model as a casualty. The model has either been stunned, wounded, or killed in action. In the case they are removed and take no further part in the battle. The owning player may usually choose which models to remove, allowing them to preserve more valuable soldiers such as NCOs or those special weapons. Note that any model being selected to casualty, even one that was out of line of sight or range of the firing unit. Okay, so for every die that scored a damage and was not saved, the target unit loses one model as a casualty. Let's go over to luck. I like this book. This book makes me feel things. Oh, did I go past it? Nope. But I probably should just check the back. But I'm just using it as an excuse to flick through everything, frankly. Here we go. Okay, luck. Yeah, so you would absolutely the wounds would absolutely carry over, as it were. So luck, if a hero model is to be removed as a casualty and has any luck points, it is instead experiences a miraculous or villainous last second reprieve. Deduct 1 point of luck from the hero and leave it in play. So you would so how I would read that is let's say I've got a unit of 12 infantry that charge in and try and beat the piss out of Slammer Samuels. I do two. Let's say Slammer Samuels has only got 1 point of luck. That's his whole thing. I charge in, and let's say Slammer. You fight at the same time. Let's say Slammer fucking kills like 3 guys. And I do 2 wounds to Slammer Samuels. What happens is the first damage would remove him as a casualty, but then he expends a point of luck, and he remains in play. He doesn't die and come back. He remains in play, which means that, oh, he's still in play, is he? Well, I've got another damage value here, so you have to take another casualty. Oh, look, no more luck. You've gone. Yeah. That makes logical sense to me. And that's the way I would play it. And if anyone tried to not play it that way, I would tell them to suck a fat one. All right. I think it's time to do a few super chats. and then go to bed.
One rule. Everyone
So,
fights.
Trooper number 2102, thank you for the super chat, man.
Job, I'll show
07 Sah, battle reports in stream discussion. 2 battle reports, my god. A report from the front. 2 days in a row, the Bulldog Grenadiers held the line against the foe. Yesterday, a detachment from the first company. By the way, Trooper, I don't know if I said it, but thank you for the support, mate. And also, thank you for my daily dose of Battletech. I appreciate it, man. Yesterday, a detachment. I just got so into the story straight away. Yesterday, a detachment from the first company held the line when heavier units supported a hunchback and a wolverine that plunged face first into the enemy lines and slugged it out for 5-6 turns in a point-blank throwdown against a Lament, Emperor, and Hatchetman. Sadly, ending in the scrapping of the wolverine, but its pilot safely ejected. Your characters always make it out, I suppose. Although, in Battletech, there probably is a mechanic for that. The game today ended when a player had to leave, but I was able to claim victory because I suffered no casualties, but my opponent took casualties. My awesome got hammered to near scrap, but made it through. No guts, no galaxy. Yeah, baby. That's cool, man. Battletech. So these are your guys. Yeah. Come on, Trooper's opponent. Get painted. Trooper, pay his models for me. It'll take you like 5 minutes. Well, I'm glad that you won. Because although, to be fair, your opponent's colour scheme is actually really legit. He's done a really, really good job there. Yeah. But I always shit on unpainted models. Only in jest, though. Only very much in jest. Oh, man. He's goners, mate. He's fucking goners. He's absolutely fucking goners. Nice. They do look good, don't they? Like, just... I mean, this mother... Look at this crazy motherfucker. Look at this zany bastard. Still one of my favourites, the Raven. Yeah. Oh, hey, look, your opponent... Hey, no, they look great. Those are fully painted. They look fucking great. Yeah, really, really legit. That looks like Boba Fett, like its armor and everything. Yeah, it's really cool. Nice. Dude, that's cool as fuck, man. That is cool as fuck. Trooper, thank you so much for support and well done on your victories. Victory is assured. There we go. I feel like I should put a different model on. I feel like I should put a different thing on screen. We've had that one on for a little while now. There you go. We'll still do Soviets. That's a locust. Interesting. That's cool. I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the gifted membership. Sah. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. And last, but certainly not least, I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Totencrotch, Green Vault HR Department. For A, thank you for continuing to have the best username. And B, for the 10 gifted membership, baby! Yes! 10 more Totem Core to hold the line. And then shamble forward, eat the line, die, get back up, die, get back up, die, get back up. And then eat the enemy again. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, man. Thank you for the awesome support. Thank you for doing your part. Amazing. All right. I am rushing off, though. I'm going now. All right, gentlemen. I am rushing off slightly. I do apologize. Sean, you please, lambast me. But I'm starting to I can't keep my eyes open. I close them and I'm just and then I have to rip my eyes back open. So I do apologize. But thank you very, very, very much to every single one of you crazy bastards who joined today's stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you are curious. I hope you are excited. I hope you're interested. And I hope you're just hyped. I hope you're just fucking hyped, baby. I'm going to some of my last reserves of hype. Konflikt 47, baby. Hype train, baby. Fuck yeah. so... Oh. Oh. It's going to be such a big deal. Slow, maybe all at once, maybe slowly. But it's going to be so good, man. Conflict. What is even more than conflict confirmed? Because at this point, I'm in the conflict cult. I'm a conflict cultist. There you go. I'm a conflict cultist. I'm in the cult. We need the compound where the cultists can congregate and worship Super FDR and Konflikt 47. There you go. All right. All right. But did they say when the next box will go up for sale? Monday. So all you need to do is make it through Sunday. That's all you need to do. You just have to resist buying everything over Sunday. You know, or don't, you know, or don't. I mean, you know, some stuff's still going to be in resin, so fucking buy that now. Get it a day early, you know? Just saying. Just saying. Also, it's important to actually, it is important to state that they're going up for all the new stuff is going up for pre-order on Monday, so it won't be available. It's not like you can. It's not like it's buy it on Monday, get it by next weekend kind of thing. It's going up for pre-order on Monday, but I believe it's a very quick turnaround on the pre-order. Like, not very quick, but like, do not take this as gospel. Do not take this as gospel. I am very tired. I could be misremembering. But I think we're talking like pre-order end of September and delivery at some point in November. So like maybe 2 months if it's like end of November. So it's not like you have to wait till next year to get the new stuff. But that'll be clear. They'll cover all that on Monday. Yeah, yeah. And in the meantime, it's important to mention that obviously the Soviet, fucking hell. It's important to mention that the Axis and the American stuff will be available to just fucking buy. I mean, like now? I think it's now. I mean, let's have a look. I think the stuff that was on pre-order before is now on general release, I do believe. I'll double check for you, dear. Yeah, there you go. So look, that's actually really, 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 really worth mentioning. A lot of the stuff that we've seen today has been the stuff that is going to be on pre-order on Monday. A lot of the stuff that, but now, Konflikt 47 has been released. You can get the starter set and you can buy that and it will come to your door. And likewise for the Axis and all this stuff now. All of this stuff that you see here is good. And hey, look, the Riftbuster Mega Bundle, it's still on sale. It's still on sale. So if you want to join the busting club, because busting feels real good. If you want to join that busting club, then you got to get the Riftbuster Mega Bundle. Oh, do you guys want to see the loot haul? Yeah, they gave me shitloads, man. Let me have a look. Let me put the light on. Well, I probably don't need the light. Yeah, I got loads. I got the Puma. I got the Puma because they were honestly, it was a little bit of a case of like. Some stuff I was a bit cheeky. Some stuff they gave me, and then they were like, "What do you need for battle reports?" And I was like, everything. But no, I was actually very sensitive. I was very tempted, like, look, just give me one of each, man. What the fuck are you playing at? But I was like, that's being greedy. So I said I could do the Puma because it's the best way of showing off the Axis special rule, and they went, yep, that makes sense. And then they were like, I was like, oh, they said they wanted me to. One of the things they said is they really wanted to get across like the monsters as well. So I got some Nachtjäger. Should I go full screen for this? Sorry, guys. So Puma, Nachtjäger, assault guys. So that's cool. Paragons. I got more faff. I got a sproof. I got 2 goodie bags. The goodie bags are so legit, man. Look at this. They're so legit. Yeah, so what you get in the goodie bag this year. So normally what you get in the goodie bag is like a sprue of like bolt action infantry, but the goodie bags this year were all Konflikt 47. So a sprue of fireflies. A Nachtolban. Oh, that's not from the goodie bag though. And I got Roberta Wells open day figure. And I got a Warlord Games dice. 6 being on so that's fucking lit. Look at that. That's cool as fuck. More of them. And also I can now do my very best Stolen Valor. I can do some Stolen Valor because I got some dog tags. So Konflikt 47 there, and what does this say? Oh, this is not war. This is the end. Yeah, I've got like 50 fireflies at this point. So I got to be clear, I got the dog tags, the dice, the sprue. Oh, fucking hell! Dog tags, the dice, the sprue, and the Roberta Wells model in the goodie bag, and then I went on the tour. And on the tour, they were showing off how Warlord resin is made, and they gave out a Nachtolban. And they showed how metal models were made, and they gave, I have no idea what the fuck these are, but they're actually kind of cool. They gave out this little bag of metal models. And one of them is, oh, it's Robin Hood. Huh. Definitely going to be using these for Old World. Well, some of them anyway. So, Robin Hood. And a gnome. And I think that's like, is that Big John? Big John, is it? Little John? Little John with his big rod. And then I'm guessing Friar Tuck. I'm guessing Friar Tuck, but I'm thinking Father Gregory. So that was, so I got the Nachtjäger, the US Paragons, the Puma, and then I got the goodie bag. But it is important to mention that that's not all I got. I got the Herrstruken Locust Mech. And oh yeah. Commissar Drugov. Yeah. And then I got a second goodie bag. No. This goodie bag is Mrs. Mordian's goodie bag. So I don't get this one. Mrs. Mordian will probably end up giving me the well, actually, you know what? I say Mrs. Mordian will just give me her goodie bag, but I said this at the beginning of the stream, and I'll say it again now. Mrs. Mordian was genuinely, not in a just making me happy, but in a genuinely interested mood for Konflikt 47. I think she said she wanted to paint and play with the bears. So when the new bear models come out, we might be able to convert Mrs. Mordian, which would be kind of cool. I didn't get the dice bag. I didn't get the dodgy dice bag. I did think about asking it, but it had been quite a important day, so I didn't want to sully it with my immaturity. So it's always next year. There you go. There you go. So yeah, I think I did get some. I got a good swag haul. But yeah, guys, I'm gonna wrap up now. Like I said, it is worth mentioning very quickly. Obviously, if you are interested in Konflikt 47, from everything you've seen today, the starter armies are available, and the other bits are available. And I actually have a video coming out this Wednesday about how you can build a 1250 point Axis starter army, which I think is definitely worth people's time. But I think also one thing that is worth mentioning, if you are thinking of getting into Konflikt and you've sort of got no idea what the scale of this game is, how much do you need to buy? I think that's really a really important question. I'm just going to touch on it right now before we leave, because there's going to be a lot of people that will be very hyped, and they're going to want to let that hype out, and they're going to be interested in the Axis, and they're going to be interested in the Americans. So this United States starter army contains about 1,250 points already, because the linebackers are quite expensive. They're quite heavy mechs. So you could buy this one box here, and you'd probably have a 1250 point army. Now, Warlord has said that 1250 points is it's okay. It's fine, totally okay to play the game at 1250, but they personally feel it plays a little better at 1500. So this is enough to absolutely get a full army. But if you wanted to go up to 1500, then there's two ways of doing it. It's very simple. It's a box of Firefly infantry, if you wanted to have more Fireflies. Likewise for the Axis, the starter army here comes into about 900 points. So this one is a little bit less, about 900 points. But then you could buy something like the Style Trooper down here, and I'd say maybe get yourself close to 1500 points. Definitely get yourself to 1250. That and that. So either way, you're looking at for the Americans, and you can buy this from Wayland Games as well. I don't know if their stuff is out right now. I think it might still be on pre-order, but you can buy this from right now. Price of a combat patrol. Bear in mind that this comes with all your order dice. You still need to get the rulebook, of course, but there's no I need to get my order dice and rift dice in addition to this. It's just no. This box set comes with all the rift dice and all the order dice, and so does this one. So for the Americans, if you wanted to get yourself up to 1250 points, you buy one box. If you want to go up to 1500 points, you buy two boxes. If you want everything new in plastic. Okay? Yeah. As for the other option, if you think you're going to be getting into this game with a friend, split the starter set. You'll get the rule book in here. So then you've got the rules. That's obviously less than £50 each. And then if you want to expand the Americans up to 1250, then up to 1500, then take the starter set half. There we go. Take the starter set half. Add it to this. You're at 1500. As for the Axis, you take the starter set half, Axis starter army, and then probably the Style Trooper, and you'll be up to 1500. So the Axis are slightly more expensive to collect. The Axis, you're typically looking at 3 boxes. The Americans, you're looking at 2 to get to 1500. Even so, for the Americans, if you bought that and that, or that and half of that, you're looking at about £150 for the Americans, one way or another. For the Germans, you're looking at 150, 190. And you know what? Let's just check this out now. Make sure. Yeah, so they've sold their pre-orders out. But if if you want to, you can get this for 20% off. Everything that I just described, you can get for 20% off. So you could get, if you take that into account, not 20% off 150, for example, which is 30 quid. So you could get an American Army. If you bought this and this, or this and this, you could get an American Army, 1,500 points. Very, very, very legitimate for £120. And for the Axis, you would be looking 20% off. So you'd be looking at about £150 if you go bang, bang, bang. Yeah, they are going to be doing a roadmap. Yeah, they are going to be doing a roadmap. So that's if you wanted to go pure Konflikt. And if I may shill myself, I do have an affiliate link for Wayland Games. I do have an affiliate link for Warlord Games. Wayland Games, I think both will ship to the US, but obviously it's up to you guys. Wayland Games hasn't got their stuff in stock yet. They've just got their pre-orders done. So, it's a case of do you want to wait for Wayland or do you want to get it from Warlord? Either way, I've got an affiliate link for Warlord Games. That's worldwide. Wayland Games at least is the UK. And if I can just say this, and really hammer this point home, for less than the price of a GW, for less than the price of 2 Games Workshop combat patrols, way less. We're talking for the Americans, we're talking 60 quid less. For the Germans, we're talking 20 quid less. So either way less, you are getting a full army. In plastic, very detailed models. No fucking about. Yeah. It is worth mentioning that if you are open to non-plastic models, if you go onto the Axis, you will find the full range available. But you will find, full disclosure, you will find that this stuff is made out of metal and that it is more expensive. So, this stuff's plastic, and it's still wildly affordable in comparison to Games Workshop. This is the equivalent of a Rogel Dawn. It's £38. The Rogel Dawn is 60 plus £70, £65 now. So it's still going to be half the price of GW, and you need half as much of it, so it's going to be much cheaper. But it is worth bearing in mind that you are going to be working with less accessible materials. But it's if you're not put off by that, that's worth mentioning. But obviously we want to have the plastic stuff front and center because that's what is going to be most encouraging for the new players. So yeah. Yeah. So there you go. And I hope that, I know I've gone very tired all of a sudden, but know that I am unbelievably excited for this game. I know that I am unbelievably excited, but I wanted to just get some of that information over to you guys. All right. What is anything else worth mentioning? There's a couple of questions here. Cathar's Enclave. I've been wanting to get into bot action, but now these look so good. Is the community open to some kit bashing? I would like to make mine look more grimdark, like Forever Winter style. Bolt action is, generally speaking, a much less of a rivet counter historical grognardy community. It really does separate it from other games. The fact that the community is very chill. I think, to give you an example, all of my Germans are painted up in Panzer Grey. Even tanks that were never in Panzer Grey, and not even particularly accurate Panzer Grey, just Munitorm field manual, field spray, whatever it, Mechanica standard grey, whatever it is. So yeah, so people are, I think in Konflikt 47 you'll absolutely get, if you bought Konflikt 47 models or you bought bolt action models to use in Konflikt, that is worth mentioning. Everything in bolt action can be used in Konflikt. If you brought in Konflikt, if you were playing Konflikt 47, You can paint those models however the fuck you want, and you can go full jazzy with the color scheme, and you can go full kit bash with it, because it's alt history. And Warlord themselves have said, we want you to do jazzy color schemes. Do historical ones if you want, do jazzy ones if you want, but the shackles are off. In bot action, I would say it's paint the models however the fuck you want, but there's a certain and kit bash the models however the fuck you want, but there's a certain etiquette to being not everything was in Panzer Grey, but Panzer Grey was a color that existed. Does that make sense? It's like, yeah, it's ahistorical my Tiger being in Panzer Grey, but Panzer Grey was a color. So it's a bit more of a, there's a little bit more of it's more of a vibe thing, and it really comes down to individual communities. It really does. And at the end of the day, your models paint them however the fuck you want. Yeah. But yeah, Konflikt, it's like, please, if you want to paint all your Soviets bright pink, there is no issue with you doing that. If you want to paint all your, I mean, look at this, guys. Look at this. I'm gonna have to. It's probably not gonna come up very well on the camera. But there you go. I painted my Japanese exo armor in red and white. That's not historical. But exo armor isn't historical either. So yeah, if you're but I know Godlike Poet, who painted up. He's painted all of his bot action stuff in Konflikt 47 colors, so he can use it in both games. So you know what? I don't think it'd be an issue, even in bot action. If you went full jazz, I think if you went pretty fucking jazzy in bot action, I don't think people would care now. Because if you were like, oh, I just want to use them in both games, most people in bot action would go, yeah, that makes sense. And it is important to note that in every community, you're going to get some knobhead who's going to have a problem with it, but you'd have that in 40k as well. Why are your ultramarines painted like green? Because I like green. That makes them salamander, So there's dickheads anywhere, so don't worry about them. So yeah, there you go. So yeah, paint them however the fuck you want, I would say. I think Konflikt's going to be great for that, for bot action as well. Yeah. All right. There is going to be a roadmap. Big North MXO. Let's have a look. Yeah, there you go. So, I think we're done. Gentlemen, thank you so much. Oh, Cosmic, thank you for the support. Come 47 Cosmic outro. Do you want a Firefly outro? I'll give you a Firefly outro, Cosmic. All right. Gentlemen. I'm sorry that I've gone very, very tired at the end. I do apologize for going a bit more. But let me just say thank you. Thank you for joining. Hope you enjoyed it. Hope you enjoyed the hype. Thank you so much for all of your support, all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships. And thank you so much to all of you guys for just being open to the Konflikt hype train. I think it's a good train, and I'm excited for it. But I wouldn't be half as excited if you guys weren't excited with me. So, yeah, I do appreciate it. All right, I'll catch you later. Thank you, lads. You're absolutely fucking fantastic. And, of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time.
From the clouds we descend, with our rifles in hand. Soldiers of freedom, we fight for this land. Yeah. mansions are burning, the heavens ignite. For liberty's cause, we bring down the fight. No tyrant will stand, no shadow will last. The fireflies strike with thunder and blast. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as fireflies. Descending from the sky, hear our battle cry. Know you're going to die. To you as armored with courage, with stars on our chest, born of the rift, but a